Chapter 2147. At this moment, Jiang Chen's domineering aura soared to the sky. Even the heavenly red horn bulls were sent flying away by his attack. They crashed into the stone pillar in a rather embarrassing manner. Jiang Chen's human dragon form had also shocked Moling Dongchen. He had never expected that his opponent would be this terrifying. Not only did he not lose a single battle, he even managed to send his opponents flying away. One should know that the scariest part of the heavenly red horn bulls was its body and horns. However, at this moment, they were perfectly restrained by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was unstoppable in his human dragon form. Jiang Chen was fighting with his bare body. He was fearless. He continuously rammed into the three heavenly red horn bulls, sending them flying for hundreds of meters. They were in a sorry state and were panting heavily. Good fellow. Interesting. But you still have to die. The heavenly overlord divine tiger sneered and pounced towards Jiang Chen. The two heavenly overlord divine tigers moved together because they knew that Jiang Chen was not someone that was easy to deal with. If they could not kill him quickly, he would become a huge threat. Jiang Chen and the heavenly overlord divine tiger's silhouette crossed each other and collided with each other continuously. Jiang Chen raised his hand and grabbed the heavenly overlord divine tiger's thick tail. He swept his hand and shook it. The heavenly overlord divine tiger did not expect that it would be caught by a human. Moreover, the human had grabbed its tail. Jiang Chen's strength was unparalleled. Finally, the heavenly overlord divine tiger was smashed to the ground, creating a 5 to 6 zhang deep pit. The heavenly overlord divine tiger was almost embedded into the ground. What a terrifying fellow! Moling Dongchen felt lucky that he did not go against Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's strength was far beyond everyone's imagination. Moreover, he was only a 9th-grade immortal sovereign. However, even though he was injured, he still had to fight against 3 red-horn longhorn bulls. It was not easy for him. Even though he was pressuring them with every step and was in a sorry state, he would not become a burden to Jiang Chen and the others for the time being. Long Xueqi, who was wielding his metal cudgel, was also incomparably powerful. His metal cudgel swept across the world, and no one could stop him. Even when facing against 3 red-horn longhorn bulls, his battle strength was still magnificent, and every step he took was filled with killing intent. Go to hell! Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and chopped down, ruthlessly chopping off the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger's tail. Roar! The Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger's roar was as loud as thunder. At this moment, the 2 Heaven Overlord Divine Tigers were spewing out terrifying flames of anger. Flames rushed up to the sky, spurting out from their mouths. The Heaven Overlord Divine Tigers wanted to burn Jiang Chen and kill him completely. The terrifying flames burned everything, but Jiang Chen was still standing in the sky. His sword fell down again, directly piercing into the back of the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger. Then, he rode on the back of the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger. The heavenly dragon's sword pierced into the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger's bones. The Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger's roar was deafening, filled with pain and sorrow. The sword chi traversed 30,000 miles, piercing through the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger's body. Jiang Chen pulled out the sword and cut the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger into 2. The body of the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger was like a piece of tofu in front of Jiang Chen, effortlessly. The other Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger let out a terrifying and ear-piercing howl. After its companion was killed by Jiang Chen, it naturally felt endless sorrow in its heart. However, at this moment, the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger also descended from the sky, pouncing on Jiang Chen. The 3 heavenly red horn bulls immediately rushed forward. 4 super ferocious beasts, completely sealing off all of Jiang Chen's escape routes. The terrifying charge of the 3 heavenly red horn bulls, in addition to the charge of the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger, caused Jiang Chen's sword to slash forward, but he was forced back by the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger's claws. Jiang Chen temporarily dodged the attack, retreating instead of fighting. On the other hand, the 3 heavenly red horn bulls rammed into Jiang Chen, sending him crashing into the divine burying altar. Jiang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, which coincidentally landed on the divine burying flag, causing it to shine brightly. At this moment, the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger and the heavenly red horn bulls seemed to have the help of God. They became even more ferocious and terrifying. Their combat strength had also increased by several levels. In a split second, Moling Dongchen couldn't withstand the charge of the 3 heavenly red horn bulls anymore. Even Long Xueqi had fallen into a passive position. Jiang Chen looked at the blood-red flag, the divine burying flag. It seemed like it was the blood-red flag that caused all of this trouble. Damn it! Jiang Chen was annoyed. But he didn't panic. Facing the attack of the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger, he was still calm. After transforming into a dragon, Jiang Chen's combat strength had reached its peak. He wanted to compete with the Heavenly Duke. How could he be afraid of the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger? Even though the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger and the Heavenly Red Horn Bulls had been strengthened by the Divine Burying Flag, he was still fearless. Jiang Chen had been fighting with the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger for a long time. The power of the dragon transformation was slowly weakening. At this moment, he knew that he couldn't drag on any longer. He must kill the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger and the Heavenly Red Horn Bulls in one go. Unification of Dragon and Sword. Invincible in the world. Jiang Chen instantly transformed into the Heavenly Dragon Sword. The Heavenly Dragon Sword was unstoppable and the dragon's prestige covered the sky. The Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger was shocked. However, it had never expected that the moment Jiang Chen merged with the Heavenly Dragon Sword, the Heavenly Dragon Sword had already pierced through the Heaven Overlord Divine Tiger's body and exploded instantly. The sword pierced through the sky 9 times. Even Long Shersan and Moling Dongchen didn't expect that the 9 Heavenly Red Horn Bulls would be pierced through by Jiang Chen's sword. All of them were severely injured. Eat my staff. After Jiang Chen's sword passed through the Divine Burying Flag, fresh blood spurted out. Long Shersan seized the opportunity and struck the Heavenly Red Horn Bulls with his staff. All of them were dead. Motherfucker. These guys are so hard to deal with. Fortunately, I am invincible. Long Shersan said in a serious manner. Forget it. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, I think you would have fallen into a disadvantageous position. Moling Dongchen said with a smile. That's because I don't want to lower myself to their level. Long Shersan said with a tough face. At this moment, Jiang Chen had returned to his human form. However, his body had become much weaker after the 10 consecutive sword strikes. His face looked slightly pale. Are you all right? Jiang Chen. Moling Dongchen cupped his hands towards Jiang Chen to express his gratitude. Jiang Chen had saved him once again. This guy's strength was definitely out of his expectation. It's all right. I'll be fine after resting for a while, Jiang Chen said. As soon as Jiang Chen finished his words, the Divine Burying Flag was blown up by a chilly wind. The entire space became extremely cold and the wind was howling. Even the 11 ferocious beasts' corpses were swept into the air. The Divine Burying Flag was fluttering in the wind. The wind was as sharp as a knife and the heavens and earth were shaking. It's the Divine Burying Flag spirit, Moling Dongchen said in a deep voice as he squinted his eyes. Jiang Chen slightly nodded his head. However, he had already taken some precautions against Moling Dongchen in his heart. Because Moling Dongchen was too unpredictable. He actually knew everything. Whether it was the divine treasury of the divine world or the divine burying altar, he seemed to know everything like the back of his hand. Chapter 2148. The weapon spirit's doing? Although Jiang Chen had some doubts about Moling Dongchen, he did not say it out. Some things were better kept in his heart. That's right. I've read about it in an ancient book. The Divine Burying Flag is 1 in a million. Moreover, the Divine Burying Flag is a divine weapon made of peerless materials. In order to create the Divine Burying Flag, the first requirement is the souls of 9 ultimate god experts. Moreover, they must be living bodies. The Divine Burying Flag can only be formed when the bodies and souls are combined. The evil thing about the Divine Burying Flag is that it sacrifices hierarch experts alive. However, once the Divine Burying Flag is formed, it's too terrifying. No one could compete with it. The Divine Burying Flag is the core of the Divine Burying Altar. It's also the eye of the killing formation. It's extremely terrifying. 9 divine souls are enough to look down on the 9 heavens. Moling Dongchen said in a low voice. Jiang Chen sneered in his heart. Another ancient book. I wonder how many ancient books you've read. Only by pulling out the Divine Burying Flag can we open the Divine Burying Altar and enter the real divine treasury. Pulling out the Divine Burying Flag? Jiang Chen murmured. One could imagine how terrifying the Divine Burying Flag would be when it was dancing in the wind. The wind blades could even cut the bodies of those super ferocious beasts into pieces. The wind around the Divine Burying Flag could almost tear rocks and cut everything in the world. Moling Dongchen said with lingering fear. Then how can we pull it out? Isn't it the same as not saying anything? Long Shi-san frowned and said, this is the only way. Later on, the three of us will attack together to block the terrifying wind blades and pull out the flag together. Only by pulling out the divine burying flag can we survive and enter the final place of the god treasury. Otherwise, the wind blades are extremely sharp and anyone below the true god realm won't be able to block them. Moling Dongchen said worriedly. This was the last way. Pulling out the divine burying flag? It seems a little difficult. Jiang Chen said. The three of them exerted their full strength. 3 powerful auras converged into a barrier and blocked the wind blades. However, the barrier started to crack before it could even get close to the altar. These wind blades are too strong. I'm afraid we won't be able to hold them off. Moling Dongchen said in a deep voice. Damn it, I don't believe it. Long Shi-san dashed out like an arrow. He withstood all the wind blades and headed straight for the divine burying flag on the altar. Be careful. Jiang Chen frowned. He knew that Long Shi-san wanted to use his body to withstand the wind blades. However, although his body was strong, he might not be able to withstand it. He dodged the wind blades, but the divine burying flag fluttered in the wind. The wind whistled and the wind was too concentrated. Eventually, there were wind blades that struck Long Shi-san's body. Long Shi-san's body was also slashed with deep wounds. However, he still managed to push forward and grab the divine burying flag with one hand. Instantly, the entire altar was filled with wind and thunder. Long Shi-san tried his best but was still unable to pull out the divine burying flag. I don't believe that I can't pull it out. Long Shi-san roared in rage. He had the strength to pick up a mountain and his aura was unparalleled. He could feel that the divine burying flag's resistance towards him was quite strong. However, at this moment, the divine burying flag was still unmoved. No. If this continues, the monkey will be cut to death by these wind blades. Jiang Chen frowned. He wielded his sword and moved forward. He split the wind blades and moved forward with difficulty. He had completely transformed into a human dragon. After transforming into a dragon, Jiang Chen's body strength had improved tremendously. His resistance towards the wind blades had also improved. What a pair of terrifying brothers. Moling Dongchen murmured. The two of them were using their own strength to resist the terrifying wind blades. He knew how terrifying the divine burying flag was. In this god's graveyard, only those who had the body strength of a true god could survive the wind blades. At least, he did not have the courage to do so. Let me do it. Jiang Chen shouted in a deep voice. The wind whistled and it was extremely ear-piercing. Long Shi-san looked at Jiang Chen but he did not retreat. Instead, he helped Jiang Chen to resist the terrifying wind blades. He exerted his strength but he could not move the divine burying flag at all. On the other hand, the wind whistled and the wind blades became even more terrifying. Jiang Chen was the first to bear the brunt of the wind blades. The edifying light. Destroy it. Jiang Chen unleashed the edifying light. Sure enough, the sound of the divine burying flag's wind became fainter and weaker. However, it was still frightening. Rise! Jiang Chen shouted and pulled out the divine burying flag with one hand. At this moment, both Long Shi-san and Moling Dongchen were shocked. Jiang Chen really did it. He pulled out the divine burying flag. This meant that the resistance of the divine burying flag against him was relatively weak. It seems like the edifying light is really magical. It can even suppress such a terrifying evil creature. Jiang Chen did not expect that the edifying light could suppress the divine burying flag. However, the divine burying flag was much weaker than before. This meant that the edifying light had played a significant role. The divine burying flag moved without any wind. Jiang Chen did not even need to perform the edifying light. The divine burying flag danced by itself and stirred up the universe. What a wild and untamable monster. Suppress it. Jiang Chen roared in anger. As soon as the Zulong Tower appeared, the divine burying flag was completely suppressed. The aura of the Zulong Tower completely suppressed the divine burying flag. Jiang Chen laughed and waved the divine burying flag. The flag fluttered in the air and its aura was unstoppable. It was really a peerless treasure. It could be called a divine tool. This divine burying flag is truly frightening. Moling Dongchen said with lingering fear. This guy is really terrifying. He actually subdued the divine burying flag. This is an item with a spirit. It's definitely a heavenly divine tool. If it wasn't for the Zulong Tower and the edifying light, it would not be easy for Jiang Chen to suppress the divine burying flag. Now, the divine burying flag was completely under Jiang Chen's control. Awesome. Little Chenzi. Ha ha. It seems like the divine burying flag is yours now. Long Shersan's eyes lit up. He knew how powerful the divine burying flag was. I'm just lucky. Ha. Jiang Chen smiled proudly. Although that was what he said, there was no hint of fluke in his words. Most importantly, he said it to Moling Dongchen. Brother Jiang is really brave. This divine burying flag is definitely a divine item of the heavens and earth. You must keep it well. If someone in the divine world sees this, even a divine king would be jealous of it, said Jiang Chen. Moling Dongchen showed a hint of envy. However, he knew very well that this was not something that he could own. Thanks for reminding me. As soon as Jiang Chen finished his words, the wind stopped. Suddenly, the surroundings started to shake. Rumble. At this moment, the divine burrow altar slowly cracked open, creating a loud sound that shook the heavens and earth. A deep tunnel that led to the underground suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Chen and the others. Divine Treasury. It's the place of the Divine Treasury. We can finally enter the Divine Treasury. Ha ha. Chapter 2149. Is there really a divine treasure at the end of that place? Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. They had managed to avoid all the dangers. If it was an ordinary person, he or she would have already died here. Therefore, Jiang Chen had to be more careful as there were dangers everywhere. Jiang Chen looked at Moling Dongchen. Moling Dongchen didn't look like he was lying. Although Moling Dongchen's background was unknown and he might have some troubles, he didn't harm Jiang Chen and Dragon Shersan along the way. This made Jiang Chen quite happy. Otherwise, he would have killed Moling Dongchen already. Who cares? I also want to see what kind of god created this peerless treasure trove. Draconic Shersan took the lead and dashed down. Let's go. Moling Dongchen followed him quickly. Jiang Chen didn't doubt him and slowly entered the tunnel. It was an ancient tunnel that stretched for thousands of meters. Both sides of the tunnel were ruined. The road under their feet was full of potholes. However, it led directly to a far place. It was still covered with mountain mist. The surrounding was so quiet that it was scary. Under the tunnel, there was flowing water. The three of them walked for half an hour before they reached the end. Finally they could see the moon. It's a huge palace. Moling Dongchen said in a deep voice. Spirit-nurturing palace. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches as he stared at the three big words on the palace. Surprisingly, they also carried a terrifying pressure. The palace was hundreds of meters tall and it extended far and wide. There were 9 sons of the dragon guarding outside the palace. They were Chonyo, Yazi, Pu Lao, Swan and I, Tao Tai, Swan and I, Chi Wan, Fu Shi and Chao Feng. The 9 ferocious beasts were standing around the palace. They were quite ferocious and made people shudder. There aren't many people who dare to use the 9 sons of the dragon to guard the palace. This divine emperor must be a big shot when he was alive. Moling Dongchen murmured as if he was hesitating. No matter how powerful he is, he will still die. Do you think I'm afraid of him? Long Shersan chuckled. Not afraid at all. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if it's a god emperor who has already disappeared from this world, his prestige is definitely not something we can violate. The god emperor was already the most respected person in the divine world. As for the god emperor, it's just a legend. Very few people have ever seen one. It's said that even in the immortal world, the god emperor no longer exists in this world after the immemorial battle. The god emperor is the true ruler of this world. Moling Dongchen sighed. The divine treasures left behind by the divine emperor are absolutely rare. Even in the divine world, there are very few of them, let alone in the divine tomb. In your opinion, who is this divine emperor? Jiang Chen looked at Moling Dongchen meaningfully. Moling Dongchen smiled awkwardly and shook his head. How would I know? I've only read about these things in some ancient books. No matter who the god emperor was, he was an existence that could not be offended. Fortunately, he didn't use dragons and phoenixes as protection. Dragons and phoenixes? Jiang Chen's body trembled. The Dragon Clan, the true divine Dragon Clan, where are they? Does the divine Dragon Clan exist in the divine world? Jiang Chen continued to ask. I don't know about this. I've never seen anything about the Dragon Clan in the ancient books. Moling Dongchen smiled. He did not want to continue to discuss this with Jiang Chen. The 9 fierce beasts protection means that the God Emperor's identity is unusual. Let's hurry into the palace and see what's going on. Seeing that Moling Dongchen did not answer him, Jiang Chen thought that maybe he really did not know, or maybe he was trying to hide something. Jiang Chen did not ask any more, and the 3 of them entered the palace directly. Although the palace was old and dilapidated, the statues of the 9 ferocious beasts were incomparably powerful. They even carried a terrifying pressure that made Jiang Chen feel extremely uncomfortable. It was as if someone was staring at him from behind, making him feel uneasy. Ha ha ha. I never thought that a small early void god could enter the divine treasury. This is so funny. Moling Dongchen, it seems like your unparalleled handsome alliance has been annihilated. At the moment when Jiang Chen and the 2 of them entered the palace, a cold and mocking voice resounded in their ears. Ling Tianba, you're here too. Moling Dongchen said in a serious tone. He subconsciously clenched his fists. Don't be so nervous. Since you're here, I will not make things difficult for you. I wonder what kind of rare treasures are in the divine treasury. You can help me find 1 or 2 of them. I might even spare your life. Ha ha ha. The eagle-eyed man stood in the sky with a long spear in his hand. His figure was tall and slender. His strength had reached the terrifying peak early void god. Although his strength was almost the same as an early void god, a slight difference could make a huge difference. Ling Tianba's entire body was emitting a domineering aura, especially the divine spear in his hand. It was extremely sharp. Compared to Li Shuai, he was much stronger. Even among the void gods, there were strong and weak ones. A talented expert could easily fight against 100 of them. Ling Tianba, you're really good at scaring people. Although the leader of the unparalleled handsome alliance is handsome, you don't have to be so jealous, right? Bing Chan, will not agree to it. At this moment, a charming lady in red clothes appeared in front of everyone. Her appearance had shocked Ling Tianba and Moling Dongchen. Her face was as beautiful as jade, and she was devastatingly beautiful. Even the bright moon and blazing sun seemed to be overshadowed by her. She had a beautiful figure and was as charming as a fairy fox. Sister Bing Chan, you're really good. You're not afraid of such a dangerous place. It's really admirable. Moling Dongchen said in a low voice. This person's strength had also reached the terrifying peak early void god. He was not any weaker than Ling Tianba. Now, Jiang Chen finally saw the top experts who stood at the top of the pyramid in the divine tomb. Their strength was really extraordinary. Even Long Shan might not be able to defeat them. You're really a busybody. It's not easy to reach this stage. Why would I ruin other people's cultivation? Humph. Ling Tianba harumphed coldly. His face was gloomy. In fact, he was a little afraid of Long Shan. Long Shan and Moling Dongchen might not be afraid of him even if they joined hands. Moreover, if they were to fight, even if they killed Moling Dongchen and the others would definitely have the chance to take advantage of them. Ling Tianba would not do something that would harm others without benefiting himself. The Bing Chan in front of him could not wait for him to fight with Moling Dongchen and the others so that she could kill him. Ha ha ha. This little brother is really brave. To be able to enter the divine treasury, you're really not simple. A 9th grade immortal sovereign. You've really opened my eyes. Bing Chan laughed. Her eyes were like torches. She saw Jiang Chen at first glance. Their strength had reached the peak of Zhenji. Although they might not be invincible in the world, they had reached the peak of the divine world. It was not difficult for them to kill ordinary void god experts. Chapter 2150. Moreover, those who could enter the divine treasury were all peerless experts. This guy could enter the divine treasury as a 9th grade immortal sovereign, and he even wanted to get a share of the loot from the void god experts. How could he be someone easy to deal with? The 3 of them had obviously formed a small team. To be able to enter the final place of the divine treasury, they were worthy of respect. They were worthy of her respect. I'm just a follower, Jiang Chen said indifferently. Ling Tianba harumphed coldly, looking at Jiang Chen with disdain. Does such a person deserve to enter the divine treasury? I hope he won't die without knowing how he died. He's lucky to come this far. He should be careful of his own life. Such an arrogant guy. Let me teach him a lesson. Long Shersan's eyes turned cold. He was filled with killing intent towards Ling Tianba. Forget it, Jiang Chen said in a low voice. They had just entered the divine treasury and they still didn't know how deep it was. It would be a great loss if others took the opportunity to enter. Moling Dongchen looked at Jiang Chen and felt relieved. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had stopped Long Shersan. Otherwise, if a great battle were to break out, nobody knew what would happen. These guys are not easy to deal with. I was pushed down from the Tianlan Peak by these people. Although Moling Dongchen was unwilling, he could only admit that there were too many experts gathered on the Tianlan Peak. Jiang Chen nodded silently. How could he not understand? How terrifying were the difficulties and obstacles that he had encountered along the way. He almost lost his life. These people were able to enter the divine burial ground with him. Which one of them didn't have any abilities? They might even have more trump cards than him. Although Jiang Chen had the disposition to look down on all geniuses, he still needed to be cautious because these people were all outstanding geniuses from the various immortal domains. They might not necessarily be weaker than him. Once they started fighting, it would certainly cause more chaos. At least, he didn't want to see such a scene for now. Ha! It's really lively. It seems that there are more than just us two brothers who have entered the divine treasury. Two burly figures also arrived in a flash, their domineering auras soaring to the sky. So it's Da Lang and Air Lang from the Niu clan, Bing Chan said with a chuckle. The two of them were also at the peak early void god realm. Their aura was even stronger. Obviously, the strength of the two of them was more frightening. Even Ling Tianba, who had his eyes on the top of his head, kept his disdain. Why aren't you going in? Could it be that this god stash is filled with traps? Niu Erlang said with a smile. The black jade giant axe in his hand shone brightly and it was extremely eye-catching. This is a divine artifact? Bing Chan was startled. Her expression changed slightly as she looked at Niu Erlang. That's right. The two of us are lucky to have found these two divine items on our way here. One axe and one hammer. They're just to our liking. Ha! Niu Dalong waved the giant hammer in his hand with a proud look on his face. He's really lucky. Moling Dongchen couldn't help but exclaim. Both of them had divine weapons in their hands. Their strength must be stronger than the others. What about Ao Feng? Didn't he come in? Moling Dongchen was a little surprised. According to his deduction, the first person who came in should be Ao Feng. This guy's strength had reached the middle void god realm. He could sweep away everyone and no one dared to fight against him. He and another guy have already entered this place. We can only be considered as the second batch. Even Niu Dalong showed a hint of envy. He was very respectful towards Ao Feng. But now that we have divine weapons in our hands, the two of us want to fight with him even more. Another one? Moling Dongchen smiled bitterly and looked at Jiang Chen. It was obvious that there were a lot of experts in this place. The strong were always as bright as the stars, and the tomb of the god of sin was a big melting pot. Those who were able to survive here were all super strong. Looks like we have to hurry up and go in, Jiang Chen said. A mere 9th grade immortal sovereign dares to compete with us for the god stash? You're overestimating yourself. Niu Erlang sneered and looked at Jiang Chen. He swung the giant axe in his hand and a terrifying light shot out towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He was calm and composed. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and blocked Niu Erlang's attack. He did not retreat at all. At that moment, everyone was shocked. Not bad, kid. You can actually take my axe. Niu Erlang said coldly and stared at Jiang Chen fiercely. It was really shameful that his axe could not kill a 9th grade immortal sovereign. If you're not convinced, then come and fight. Fighters are heroes. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a smile because he knew that his counterattack was enough to intimidate them, or it was enough to make them think twice before acting. Niu Dalong's eyes moved and looked at Jiang Chen. He did not continue to make things difficult for Jiang Chen. Stop. Second brother. Niu Dalong said in a deep voice. Whoever takes action first will become the target of everyone. At that time, when the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman will benefit from it. This was not something he wanted to see. Now that they've put in so much effort to enter the god stash, they must not cause any more trouble. Big brother. Niu Erlang was a little impulsive. It was obvious that he wanted to continue attacking Jiang Chen. There will be a battle between you and me. Niu Erlang snorted at Jiang Chen's arrogance. However, Bing Chan and the others did not dare to look down on him anymore. Jiang Chen might not be Niu Erlang's opponent, but it was not easy for him to block his attack. Moreover, the three of them were not weak. Once they joined forces, they might not even care about Niu Erlang. Niu Erlang was insensible, but Niu Dalong could see the situation clearly. There was no need to make a big fuss now. The real treasure has not been obtained yet. Wouldn't it be stupid to fight until the end? Humph. It's not too late to fight after we enter the god stash. Niu Erlang looked at Jiang Chen with a cold smile. He was not able to kill Jiang Chen. He felt very upset in his heart. It was a kind of anger of being provoked by a lowly person. Jiang Chen looked at everyone with disdain because he knew the current situation. No one was willing to be the first to take action. Ling Tianba and Niu Dalong rushed to the front. When they entered the palace, everyone took a deep breath. Even Jiang Chen was no exception. The huge palace within a radius of 100 meters was filled with a gloomy feeling. However, no one cared about this because the ground of the palace was filled with ashes. Bones turned into ashes and divine tools were everywhere. This, all of these are divine tools? Niu Erlang's eyes widened and his body trembled. Even though he already had divine tools in his hands, he was still extremely greedy. His eyes shone with greed and he even wanted to take everything for himself. It's really magnificent, little Chenzi. It's too great. I have never seen so many divine tools. Any one of them here is not any weaker than your heavenly dragon sword. Long Shersan said excitedly. Pity, pity. Chapter 2151. What do you mean? Moling Dongchen looked at Jiang Chen and asked in a low voice. That's right. There are so many divine tools here. Are they not to your liking? Long Shersan seemed to understand the meaning behind Jiang Chen's words. They have form but no spirit. These divine tools have been corroded by the passage of time. Even the spirit of the tools is gone. Jiang Chen shook his head and said. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Chen finished his words, the three divine tools that Niu Erlang picked up turned into ashes when they touched each other. How could this be? I can clearly feel the abundant energy in the divine tools. How could the power of the divine tools become like this? Niu Erlang found it hard to accept, but it was a fact. There were thousands of divine tools on the ground. Although they were still intact, they turned into ashes when they were picked up. Niu Erlang still could not believe it. 1, 2, 3, 100, 200. Everything was the same. Idiot. Humph. Jiang Chen sneered and looked at Niu Erlang. Niu Erlang roared and was about to take action but was stopped by Niu Dalong. He found Jiang Chen more and more unpleasant. How did you know? Moling Dongchen saw it with doubt. Divine bones are comparable to divine tools. When a divine bone breaks, the divine tool will break. I have seen it in some ancient books. Jiang Chen's words stunned Moling Dongchen. Immediately, an awkward expression flashed across his face. Jiang Chen was just making things up. He didn't know why he could tell that these divine weapons had turned into nothingness. Perhaps it was because of the great soul derivation technique, which made his divine soul extremely powerful, allowing him to sense that these divine weapons had no spirits. What a pity. So many divine tools have been corroded by the passage of time. God knows how many years this place has existed for. Divine bones shattered and divine tools turned into ashes. It must have been here for millions of years. Bing Chan sighed and said. She seemed to be very sad. Time was fleeting and beauty was fleeting. So what? After all, this place is already abandoned. Look, there is still the second floor of the palace, the war god shrine. Niu Dalong said in a deep voice. Ahead of him were 12 stone pillars protecting the second floor, the battle god hall. In front of the war god temple, there was an incomparably huge bronze throne. It was 3 meters long and half a meter wide. It was rectangular in shape, and that dark yellow bronze throne actually had some green rust. On the bronze throne, there was a skeleton that exuded an unparalleled pressure. This skeleton seems to be coming to life. Jiang Chen stared at the skeleton for a long time. At this moment, other than Long Shersan and Moling Dongchen, everyone had entered the war god temple as they were afraid of falling behind. The person is already dead and the soul is extinguished. How can the skeleton come back to life? Moling Dongchen said. Suddenly, A ray of green light burst out from the skeleton and shot into Jiang Chen's mind. Neither Long Shan nor Moling Dongchen noticed this scene. Even Jiang Chen only felt his body tremble. His mind shook slightly, but he could not find any trace of it. What happened? What happened to me just now? Jiang Chen murmured. Let's go, quickly enter the war god temple. Moling Dongchen said. All right. Jiang Chen followed the two of them into the war god temple. However, at this moment, his hand coincidentally hit the bronze throne. At this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly stopped his footsteps. After so many years, even the divine tools and divine bones have turned into dust. Why is this bronze throne not doing anything? It's just rusty. Jiang Chen stretched out his finger and picked up the bronze throne. At this moment, he found that this bronze throne was not simple. However, it was too cumbersome. However, it seemed to be quite extraordinary. Let's keep it first. After keeping the bronze throne, Jiang Chen followed the others and entered the war god palace. Inside the war god palace, there were countless divine weapons and weapons. This time, the divine weapons here didn't seem to have turned into ashes, but they had lost their charm. They had turned into ordinary weapons, rusted and stained. Time is an invisible blade. Even if it's a peerless divine king or a rare divine weapon, it would still be scattered by the wind. Bing Chan said faintly. Her sorrowful tone made people sigh. Look, there are a few war god statues over there. Moling Dongchen said. His eyes were shining brightly. Everyone's gaze fell upon the 4 war gods. Each of the war gods was 9 feet tall and looked mighty. Moreover, they did not look like stone statues. Each of the war gods was glaring with anger. They were overbearing and imposing as if they were made by nature. It gave everyone a feeling that they were above all living things. In the hands of the 4 war gods, they were holding a sword, a halberd, a spear and a pike respectively. The 4 divine weapons did not seem to have any decoration. The 4 war god statues stood there just like that, giving people a type of great majesty. They were vivid and lifelike. Extremely lifelike. Why is the pike in the war god's hand still shining with silver light? It looks like a real divine tool. Ling Tianba murmured in a low voice. However, his figure had already rushed forward and directly pulled out the peerless divine spear from the war god's hand. The light of the pike was cold and unparalleled. Ling Tianba waved the pike and his imposing manner shook the heavens. Suddenly, his chest was filled with an unparalleled domineering aura. Good pike, good pike. Ling Tianba's eyes shone brightly. This divine pike was many times stronger than his. It was definitely one of the best among the divine tools. Kakik, this sword is mine. Bing Chan stretched out her hand and took the white jade long sword from the other war god. The Nyo brothers did not want to be outdone, and each of them took a halberd and a pike. Only Moling Dongchen did not get anything. Moling Dongchen smiled bitterly. It seemed like he was not fated to get these divine tools. Long Shan wanted to take action, but when he saw that Jiang Chen did not move, he chose to remain silent. Moreover, he already had the peerless divine staff in his hand. He did not need so many divine weapons. 1 divine weapon was enough for him. Rumble, rumble, along with 2 loud sounds, the 4 war gods moved at the same time. 4 overbearing auras soared up to the sky. Everyone's expression changed. These 4 war gods were rushing towards Ling Tianba and the others. Jiang Chen and the others did not get any divine tools, but they managed to escape from this calamity. These war gods are actually alive? This is unbelievable. Long Shan said. But it's just nice to deal with those greedy guys. Kiki, this feels so good. Chapter 2152. Damn it. How did these things come to life all of a sudden? Ling Tianba said in a deep voice. His face was gloomy because after being locked on by the war god, he felt that he was in a terrible situation. Moreover, he seemed to have been completely suppressed. The terrifying aura that was being emitted from the war god made it difficult for him to breathe. Yeah, how did it become like this? Niu Dalong was also a little worried. The heavenly halberd in his hand was burning hot. Because he knew that it was not easy to get the divine tool. Big brother, let's fight them. Can't we kill these 4 stone statues? Niu Erlang said proudly. You might not be able to defeat them. Bing Chan said faintly and kept her smile. Because everyone knew that these 4 war gods were not simple. Moreover, they had their eyes on them. Even she could not smile anymore. It should be because of the divine tool in our hands. Otherwise, why would they come for us? Niu Dalong said in a low voice. At this moment, they realized the problem. However, how could they let a cooked duck fly away? Of course, no one wanted to give up on this divine tool. Even for those who had entered the divine world, the divine tool was a supreme divine weapon. Not everyone was qualified to own it. How could they let it go? Now let's see if they can defeat these 4 war gods. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. He was happy to see these fellows fighting against each other. Moreover, the strength of these 4 war gods was definitely not weak. Everyone could feel it. Watching the tigers fight. I like it the most. Shersan crossed his legs. Even at such a critical moment, there wasn't a hint of worry on his face. Instead, he had the attitude of watching a good show as if it had nothing to do with him. These guys. It seems like a fight is unavoidable. Moling Dongchen looked quite serious. He was a little worried that these guys would drag them down if they could not defeat the 4 war gods. Let's fight. Ling Tianba held the divine spear in his hand. He did not plan to let it go anyway. He wanted to fight with these guys even if he had to risk his life. Fine. If I don't go crazy, I won't survive. I don't want to give away this divine artifact. Niu Dalong also shouted with a deep voice. The 4 of them glanced at each other and charged up fearlessly, fighting against the 4 war gods. For a moment, the entire war god hall was filled with sand and stones. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. The 4 war gods were quite terrifying. Even without divine artifacts, they were not at a disadvantage when fighting against Ling Tianba and the others. They were even able to suppress them. These war gods are all middle void gods. No one knows how terrifying they were when they were alive. Moling Dongchen said. That's right. Even though he's already dead, he's still able to unleash such a terrifying power. Truly, no one dares to look down on him. Jiang Chen nodded. This puppet should be quite extraordinary. Is this a puppet? Is someone controlling it? Moling Dongchen suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Could it be that there are more terrifying existences in this divine treasure? However, since they had already come this far, there was naturally no way to retreat. Yes. However, I'm afraid that the person controlling them is gone. However, the 4 divine artifacts should be the mechanism that activates their battle. Greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. The owner of this divine treasure has already expected that someone will definitely take the 4 divine artifacts. This is a greedy mechanism. If no one takes the divine artifacts, perhaps these war gods won't take action at all. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he looked at those people helplessly. Greed was everyone's original sin. If these people didn't take the initiative, perhaps he would have taken action too. However, he was lucky that he didn't get the chance to do so. The 4 of them were completely suppressed by the 4 war gods. There was even a hint of crisis in them. Niu Erlang was the most miserable one. He was already a little exhausted from dealing with them. The most terrifying one was Bing Chan. Although she was also in a passive position, at least she wasn't completely defeated by the war gods. Jiang Chen looked at the deeper palace. That was the 3rd floor of the palace. Refining God Palace. However, the door of the Refining God Palace was sealed. On the door, there were 4 indentations. They were a sword, a halberd, a spear, and a lance. In other words, these 4 divine artifacts were the keys to open the 3rd floor? Only by taking out these 4 divine artifacts could they open the 3rd floor of the palace, the Refining God Palace. To put it bluntly, they must obtain the 4 divine artifacts in order to open the 3rd floor of the palace. This was a fatal situation. Once the divine artifacts were taken, the 4 war gods would not rest until one of them was dead. However, why didn't I see Ao Feng that Moling Dongchen and the others mentioned? Jiang Chen frowned. It was really strange. Another bronze throne. Jiang Chen's eyes were slightly fixed. This bronze throne was definitely not simple. It was actually another one. Moreover, it looked similar to the bronze throne in the 1st floor of the palace. However, there were some densely packed ancient inscriptions on the bronze throne. Let's not care about that for now. Let's keep it first. Jiang Chen kept the bronze throne immediately. Although Ling Tianba and the others did not notice it, Moling Dongchen saw it. This bronze throne is not simple, right? I don't know. Jiang Chen smiled and did not say much. In fact, he really did not know. However, Moling Dongchen did not say much either. After all, they were on the same side now. The three of them were the weakest and they could not have any internal strife. Moling Dongchen did not put a bronze throne in his eyes at all. Look, they can't hold on any longer. Haha, the result of being greedy is really cool. Long Shi-san was not afraid of making things worse. He said while slashing the bronze throne. This made Ling Tianba and the others even more furious. On the other side, the four war gods were unstoppable. They were already having a hard time. If this continued, Niu Erlang would be in the most danger. His life might even be in danger. Even with a supreme rank god artifact in their hands, they still failed to harm the four war gods. Instead, they were forced into a difficult situation by the four war gods. Motherfucker! You gloating brat! I will kill you! At this moment, Niu Erlang's eyes turned cold. He directly led the war gods that he was fighting to the place where Jiang Chen and Long Shi-san were, leading the trouble to others. What a great idea! Niu Erlang's eyes were filled with joy. How could he be so smart? Chapter 2153. Son of Abtch. This coward is too shameless. Long Shi-san said while gritting his teeth. I'd like to see who's the one who's going to cheat. Jiang Chen said disdainfully because he had already expected that Niu Erlang would do this. This fellow was obviously not a good person. Since he entered the divine treasury, Jiang Chen had already expected that this fellow would do something bad to him. How could Jiang Chen not take precautions beforehand? At this moment, Niu Erlang had already lured one of the war gods over. His eyes were filled with a hint of gentleness. I don't believe that a 9th-grade immortal sovereign like you can withstand this fella's attack. Niu Erlang sneered in his heart. But something shocking happened. After the war god got close to Jiang Chen, he did not attack him. Instead, he turned around and went towards Niu Erlang. There's such a thing? Jiang Chen was stunned for a while. Initially, he wanted to take out the Zulong Tower so that Niu Erlang would not be able to find him. So at this moment, he gave up on the Zulong Tower. Niu Erlang was forced to retreat once again. He was dumbfounded. Moreover, he thought that the war god would deal with Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, he lost his god and was instantly injured by the war god. Even the divine weapon in his hand was snatched away by the war god. After obtaining the divine weapon, the war god was like a tiger that had grown wings. He held the battle spear in his hand and instantly pierced through Niu Erlang's chest. The sound of tearing was deafening. No, I can't die. At this moment, Niu Erlang's eyes were filled with unwillingness. What a despicable and shameless person. Such an ending can be said to be a worthy death. Jiang Chen sneered in disdain. He didn't even need to do anything. This fellow was completely defeated. However, Jiang Chen was a little surprised. Why didn't the war god attack him? Second bro. Niu Dalong's voice shook the sky. He wanted to force the war god in front of him to retreat, but he couldn't. Moreover, Niu Erlang had already been killed by the war god with the spear. At this moment, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets and his face was ashen. The two brothers had depended on each other for tens of thousands of years. When they were in the immortal world, they dominated the world. When they came to the divine tomb, they were even more so. But who would have thought that they would be killed by a puppet here? Therefore, how could Niu Dalong not be angry? And at this moment, he thought that the culprit was Jiang Chen. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, then his younger brother wouldn't have died. I'll never let you off, kid. Niu Dalong clenched his teeth as he looked at Jiang Chen. At this moment, whether it was Ling Tianba, Bing Chan or Niu Dalong, all of them felt their bodies tremble, and the pressure on them instantly disappeared. Ha, looks like our wait was not in vain. Ao Feng, don't forget about our agreement. A woman as beautiful as a fairy said faintly. She was wearing a blue dress that was as clean as ice and as clean as jade. Her temperament was extraordinary and her eyes were filled with sharpness. Although she was a woman, her strength was exceptionally terrifying. Don't worry, Goddess Luo. Ao Feng, will keep my words. Let's get rid of these four guys first. Ao Feng said solemnly. He glanced at Jiang Chen and the others, as if he did not put them in his eyes at all. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. Both of them had reached the middle void god realm. Goddess Luo looked at Moling Dongchen and frowned. She felt that he looked familiar. So you guys have come in, Niu Dalong said in a deep voice. He felt extremely sullen in his heart. All these people deserved to die. If they had acted earlier, then his brother wouldn't have had to die. You two, what are you waiting for? Bing Chan clenched her teeth and said, "Ha ha ha, Beauty. Don't worry. I won't let you get hurt. Follow me, you can go anywhere you want in this world." Ao Feng's lips curled into a playful smile. The long sword in his hand slashed towards one of the war gods. Disgusting. Really disgusting. Motherfucker. Long Shi-san said with an evil expression. Ha ha, looks like this brother is also a man of character. But let me warn you, if you don't take action now, don't expect to enter the third floor of the Divine Palace. Ao Feng glanced at Dragon Shi-san with interest. Not only did he not argue with Dragon Shi-san, but he also tried to persuade him out of goodwill. You two go and help them, Jiang Chen said in a low voice. He was only a 9th grade immortal sovereign. He had not taken action yet. Even if he did, he would be laughed at by people like Ao Feng, because they did not take him seriously at all. It was better this way. Jiang Chen could hide his true strength. If they wanted to harm the monkey, it would not be too late for him to take action. All right, all right, all right. Master Monkey will lend you a hand. Long Shi-san's hands were itching. He swung his staff and swept across the heavens and earth, shocking Ling Tianba and the others. They did not expect this monkey to be so powerful. Moling Tianchen also took action. The 7 of them fought against the 4 war gods. With Ao Feng and Goddess Luo as the main force, they forced the 4 war gods to retreat. Let's see how powerful you puppets can be. Ling Tianba roared in anger. His long spear pierced through the chest of the war god. In an instant, the war god disappeared and turned into dust. However, there was a ray of light in the dust, entering the long spear in Ling Tianba's hand. Dang! Bing Chan shouted. Her sword pierced through the void, aiming at the war god that was controlled by Ao Feng. The war god was split in half in an instant. After the dust settled, another ray of light entered the divine sword in her hand. Ling Tianba and Bing Chan glanced at each other. Their eyes were filled with shock. At this very moment, their divine weapons were even more divine weapons. They even had a kind of vivid and lifelike feeling, as if they had obtained a new life. I know, that's the soul of a divine weapon, Jiang Chen said in a low voice. The soul of a divine weapon was sealed in the bodies of the 4 war gods. As long as the 4 war gods were alive, the soul of the war gods would support them in battle. Once they die, the soul of the war gods would return to their bodies, and those divine weapons would become terrifying killing weapons. This divine spear is not bad. Ao Feng immediately took action, trying to snatch the divine spear from the other war god that killed Niu Erlang. However, he was pushed back by the divine spear. Behind him, Goddess Luo moved her fingers. Green light flickered and her finger technique was like the wind, piercing through the war god's body. Ao Feng took the chance and charged forward. His blade technique was like lightning. Hundreds of blades fell from the sky and slashed down. That war god was instantly destroyed. With a flash of light, Ao Feng held the divine spear in his hand. Only one left. Niu Dalong roared. The giant axe in his hand split the war god apart with a thunderous roar. A ray of light entered the long halberd in his hand. The 4 war gods have been destroyed. Come. This time, we should be able to open the 3rd floor of the war god palace. Ao Feng said faintly. Before this, he and Goddess Luo had joined hands, but they still could not open the 3rd floor of the war god palace. Even after they obtained the 4 divine weapons, they still could not open the 3rd floor. They could not guess the reason. However, it seemed that there was no soul of the war god. That's why they hid. With their strength, even if they joined hands, they would not be able to kill the 4 war gods. Ling Tianba and the others were their biggest help. Chapter 2154. Niu Dalong stared at Jiang Chen. From his point of view, it was imperative to kill Jiang Chen. Even if that monkey and Moling Dongchen were to interfere, it would still be impossible for them to succeed. Brat, aren't you going to die? Niu Dalong held his divine halberd and stared at Jiang Chen coldly. His killing intent was unparalleled. Haha, interesting. Seems like these guys are going to be unlucky. Ao Feng acted as if it was none of his business. He just stood there and watched the show. None of the people on the scene wanted to take action. After all, No one would help someone who would not benefit themselves. In this place, the only person you can trust is yourself. Other than that, there was no one else. If you want to fight, let's fight. Do you think we're afraid of you? Longshan said proudly. Seems like Brother Ao Feng was just joking when he said that he would let us enter the third floor. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and shook his head. He seemed to be sighing. In this world strength speaks. Ao Feng shrugged. You're right. Jiang Chen nodded and looked at Niu Dalong. It seemed like this battle was unavoidable. Little Chenzi is only a 9th grade immortal sovereign. You want to fight him? You're too shameless. Why don't I fight you? If I lose, you can kill him. I won't stop you. Longshan looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. His meaning was obvious. Let me teach him a lesson first. Since you guys insist on courting death, then there's no need for me to be merciful. All of you must die. I will use your blood to pay homage to my brother's soul. Niu Dalong's voice became colder. His brother was like his limbs. One could imagine the pain in his heart when one of his arms was cut off. Be careful. Jiang Chen did not attack forcefully. Although Longshan might not be able to kill Niu Dalong, he could still teach him a lesson. Eat my staff first. Longshan chuckled as he brazenly swung his divine staff. A terrifying aura that battled the heavens and earth instantly caused Ao Feng and the rest to become solemn. This fellow had been hiding his strength all along. Even Ling Tianba and Bing Chan did not dare to underestimate this attack. Battle Saint Art. Battle Heaven and Earth. The shadows of Longshan's cudgel formed layers upon layers of shadows as it approached Niu Dalong with an imposing manner. Niu Dalong held the divine halberd in his hand and didn't need it at all. The divine halberd in his hand could be said to be matchless. Compared to before, it was like adding wings to a tiger. I refuse to believe that you can stop me. Niu Dalong and Longshan's weapons clashed. Sharp lights flickered and the sound of metal clashing was incessant. The terrifying sound shocked everyone's heart. The battle between the two of them could be counted as an experience for Ling Tianba and Bing Chan. They benefited a lot from it. Longshan's battle was bold and unrestrained. He did not stick to the small details at all. His crazy divine staff swept across everything. Even when facing the divine halberd in Niu Dalong's hand, he was not the slightest bit weak. Arrogance soaring to the sky. Invincible. Moo. Niu Dalong instantly transformed into an incomparably huge divine bull. The bull-head god was several zhang tall and was quite domineering. Let the wind come from all directions. I only need one strike to kill you. Longshan sneered. Instead of retreating, he attacked with his cudgel for tens of times. Niu Dalong was also suffering. At this moment, his divine halberd couldn't exert its divine might anymore. He was miserably suppressed by Longshan. However, his defense was quite strong. Even if Longshan wanted to kill him, it would still be impossible. Shersan's aura was fully unleashed, an early void god. With such combat strength, even ordinary middle void god experts could not match up to him. Of course, it was a different story for Goddess Luo and Ao Feng, who were peerless geniuses. 3000 Flames Dragon Seal. At this moment, Jiang Chen took action without hesitation. Niu Dalong, who was suppressed to the point that he had no strength to fight back, took a hit from Jiang Chen's 3000 Flames Dragon Seal. Instantly, Niu Dalong was completely defeated. Longshan did not avoid it at all. He struck with his cudgel and took Niu Dalong's life. Even Moling Dongchen did not expect that Jiang Chen would take action at this moment. This is simply shameless. Despicable and shameless. Ling Tianba harumphed. Don't care if it's a black or white cat. As long as it can catch a mouse, it's a good cat. Jiang Chen murmured to himself. He smiled and picked up the divine halberd from Niu Dalong's hand. If he did not take action, he would definitely become a hidden danger in the third floor of the divine palace. He would be a ticking time bomb that could explode at any time. Jiang Chen did not want to keep him by his side. He did not need any reason to kill Niu Dalong. There was no need to talk about righteousness when dealing with enemies. If he did not kill Niu Dalong would always think about killing him. Beautiful. Little Chenzi, I like it. Ha! Longshan knew Jiang Chen the best. He gave a thumbs up to Jiang Chen. Why talk about morality with them? In this place, if you did not have the strength, you would definitely be killed by others. Only by surviving and becoming the winner could you have the right to speak and the ability to rewrite history. Moling Dongchen deeply felt how terrifying these two brothers were. Fortunately, he was not their enemy. Otherwise, he would not have a good ending if he stood on the opposite side of them. Some people don't deserve to die. Jiang Chen's words made Ao Feng excited. This kid seems to be a ruthless character. However, his strength is too weak. It's not enough for me to take him seriously. This monkey is not bad, but that's all. You're right. Since he's determined to die, he can't blame us. His brother only has himself to blame, and he's also acting recklessly. What a bunch of brothers in hardship. Long Shersan looked at Niu Dalong's dead body with disdain. His eyes were full of ridicule. Now, can we open it? Jiang Chen glanced at everyone. At this moment, although he was a 9th-grade immortal sovereign, no one dared to look down on him. You're right. Only the strong are qualified to stand here. Ao Feng looked at Jiang Chen and put the divine spear in his hand into the groove on the palace's door. Jiang Chen, Ling Tianba and Bing Chan did the same. Suddenly, the entire refining god palace's door was covered in flames. The scorching feeling filled everyone's heart. The surrounding walls were burning with raging flames. So hot. Is this the refining god palace? This refining god palace seems to be a huge furnace. Everyone's heart trembled as they resisted the raging flames around them. They couldn't even find where they were, but they were suffering from the scorching flames. Everyone felt an incomparably enormous pressure, as if it was rising from their hearts. That fiery heat made everyone unwilling to let down their guard. Only Jiang Chen was strolling leisurely. Because there were 5 types of soft and hard flames in his body. Ordinary flames couldn't enter his body at all. Chapter 2155. Look, it's all divine weapons. It's really divine weapons. Even Jiang Chen did not expect that there would be so many divine weapons here. Moreover, every divine weapon seemed to be extraordinary. In the middle of the refining god palace, there was a weapon grave. In the weapon grave, there were tens of thousands of divine weapons. Every divine weapon was shining brightly. Ha! So many divine weapons. I'm rich. I'm rich. Ling Tianba's eyes lit up as he looked at the countless divine weapons in the weapon grave. Bing Chan also could not hide her excitement. She was extremely excited. Even the people from the divine world might not have seen so many divine weapons, let alone Bing Chan and Ling Tianba. It's rare to see so many divine weapons even in the divine world. Ao Feng murmured with a touch of excitement in his eyes. If I don't take it now, when will I? Ha ha! Ao Feng instantly jumped into the weapon grave and began to search for the divine weapons. Even Goddess Luo could not avoid it. Jiang Chen was not in a hurry to collect the divine weapons because he did not need much. Moreover, his heavenly dragon sword was enough. However, he was quite happy to get a few more divine weapons. You're not tempted? Long Shersan? Moling Dongchen was also a little excited. However, since Jiang Chen and Long Shersan did not take any action, he did not take any action either. An iron rod is enough, Long Shersan said indifferently. He was quite confident in his peerless divine rod. Even if it was a 9 heavens divine weapon, he was not afraid of it. Therefore, he did not care about these divine weapons. What about you, Brother Jiang Chen? I don't have any ideas. A sword is enough. If you like it, you can go and take it. Jiang Chen smiled. Moling Dongchen hesitated for a moment. Finally, he jumped into the weapon grave and began to search for divine weapons. Jiang Chen's gaze once again rested on the bronze throne in the distance. It was another bronze throne. However, the patterns on the bronze throne were very different. They achieved the same result by different means, but they were all very exquisite and obscure. No one could see any problems with them. The surrounding flames were getting more and more intense. Jiang Chen didn't feel much, but Long Shersan was already sweating profusely. It was obvious that he was suffering from the scorching heat of the flames and was feeling rather uncomfortable. Suddenly, Jiang Chen felt a terrifying flame rising from his heart. Not good. It's heart fire. Jiang Chen knew better than anyone else what the heart flame meant. It was a flame that could burn one's soul. It was even more terrifying than his own flame. He was very clear that to be able to control the heart flame, one's strength must have reached a certain level. Even the current him would not be able to control the heart flame. The heart flame could burn one's desire, it could burn one's consciousness, and it could even kill people invisibly. Such a terrifying heart flame. Could it be that the person who controls the heart flame is still in the refining god palace? Jiang Chen thought in his heart. At this moment, he heard an exclamation from behind him. This is a heavenly divine tool? Ao Feng murmured. In the center of the weapon's mound, there was a golden long saber that was overflowing with vibrant colors, exuding boundless radiance. All the divine weapons in the surroundings seemed to be prostrating themselves to it, as though they were submitting to the sovereign of the world. It can't be? Heavenly divine tool? Are you kidding me? Ling Tianba said disapprovingly. You don't understand at all. Ao Feng said proudly. It's possible. It's a heavenly divine tool. It can actually affect our minds. Goddess Luo said solemnly. Her jade-like hand moved slightly as she stared at the sickly golden long saber in the weapon grave. Heavenly lightning imperial demon blade? Goddess Luo said in a low voice. Her eyes were shining brightly. Seems like you're also from that place. Ao Feng suddenly squinted his eyes and looked at Goddess Luo. We're the same. This heavenly lightning imperial demon blade is mine. Goddess Luo said. You want it? You might have to go through me first. Ao Feng smiled faintly as if he did not intend to give in. Ao Feng took a step forward and grabbed the divine saber with one hand. However, he was pushed back by the saber radiance of the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade. This Ao Feng is also from that place. Moling Dongchen thought. Seems like I have to take action now. At this moment, the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade was worth his time. Seems like the real treasure is finally going to appear. Jiang Chen kept the bronze throne and instantly flew towards the weapon grave. At this moment, everyone's gaze fell on the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade. The surrounding flame was getting stronger and stronger at this moment. Especially after Ao Feng touched the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade. Jiang Chen felt that the heart fire in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. Everyone's face turned pale, but they did not say it out. Everyone knew how strong the heart fire was. From a certain point of view, it was the devil in one's heart. Almost no one could withstand the burning of the heart fire that was more terrifying than the illusion. Even you can't get close to it. Seems like this heavenly lightning imperial demon blade is real. Goddess Luo said faintly. At this moment, she was not in a hurry to rush forward because everyone was enduring the burning of the heart fire. Only Jiang Chen was considered to be the most relaxed one. His flame could barely withstand the heart fire. However, the heart fire was obviously controlled by someone. Therefore, if one wanted to completely extinguish the heart fire, one must be stronger than the other party. Ao Feng was defeated, but he was even happier now. Because this heavenly lightning imperial demon blade was definitely the heavenly divine tool that he yearned for. This heavenly lightning imperial demon blade is indeed terrifying. Jiang Chen could not help but exclaim. At this moment, he seemed to see this heavenly lightning imperial demon blade exploding like a huge flame, as if it was going to devour everything around it. Hold my hand. I'll help you to resist the burning of the heart fire. Jiang Chen transmitted his voice to Dragon Shersan. Dragon Shersan nodded heavily. The moment both of them shook hands, Dragon Shersan felt refreshed. At least compared to before, he felt much more comfortable. This feels so fucking good. Monkey thought to himself as he bared his fangs at Jiang Chen. I don't believe that I can't take down this heavenly divine tool. Ling Tianba was obviously a little excited. He was quite badly burned by the heart fire. If this continues, he might be seriously injured. That was why he was so anxious. Ling Tianba held the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade with both of his hands. However, his face instantly turned red. At this moment, the surrounding flames gushed out. The 12 flame figures that were hiding in the palace suddenly burst out. The weapon tomb instantly turned into a sea of fire, which swept across the entire refining god palace in an overwhelming manner. Chapter 2156. The intensity of the fire was terrifying and it swept across the heavens and earth. Even the weapon tomb was surrounded by the fire. The entire refining god palace had turned into a refining god. They were all being refined by the fire. How could this be? Is this the doing of the heavenly divine tool? Moling Dongchen said in a deep voice. It can't be. Could the heavenly divine tool control the fire of the refining god palace? Ling Tianba said. His facial expression had changed. Suddenly, he was no longer as crazy as before. He looked at the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade as if it was a devil. Those figures are the death warriors who were reborn from the fire? Bing Chan cried out in surprise, and the 12 flaming figures came straight at her. The legendary fire god guards. Every fire god guard is refined from the body of a divine king realm expert. They possess the will of a divine king realm expert. These fire god guards are of the lowest rank. However, their strength has already reached the middle void god realm. If I'm not mistaken, the soul flame of these fire god guards is getting weaker and weaker. Otherwise, we might all die here today. Goddess Luo said faintly. However, her facial expression was extremely serious. Even though they were the strongest experts here, she and Aofeng could not help but treat them cautiously. Yeah. These fire god guards had the strength of a divine king realm expert at their peak. Unfortunately, their hearts are changing with time. Thousands of years have passed. Not to mention them, even this refining god palace is going to be forgotten soon. These fire god guards were awakened by the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade. Aofeng said in a low voice. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. These two people knew more than Moling Dongchen. Now, Jiang Chen even suspected that they were not from the immortal world, but from the divine world. Now, we are all being burned by the heart flame. In addition to this illusion, the heavenly fire prairie is like a tiger with wings. We must get rid of them as soon as possible. Otherwise, only death awaits us. Jiang Chen said. Boy, you do have some insights. But you better pray for yourself. These 12 fire god guards have reached the peak of the middle void god realm. You guys better pray for yourselves. Aofeng sneered. Although Jiang Chen was not weak, in his point of view, Jiang Chen was not a threat at all. It would not be difficult for these fire god guards to kill all of them. The more people who died, the higher the chance of them getting the real treasure. At least Aofeng and Goddess Luo knew how powerful the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade was. That was why both of them were aiming for it. The other divine weapons were incomparable to it. You don't have to worry about it. It might be a miracle that you survived. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Aofeng's expression became even uglier. How could he not be angry when this guy was walking around so casually? Even he couldn't help but feel nervous at this moment. However, Jiang Chen was calmer than anyone else. Be careful, monkey. These fire god guards are quite strong. Don't fight them head-on. Their soul flame is getting weaker and weaker. Just attack their heads. They are just a group of puppets. As long as their soul flame is not extinguished, they will never die. Jiang Chen transmitted his voice to remind Long Shersan. All right, then let me go on a killing spree, Kaka. Long Shersan was not afraid of anything. Even though his strength was not the strongest, he was not afraid of these fire god guards. The 12 fire god guards rushed towards Jiang Chen and the others. They were holding a flaming long blade and swung it in all directions. Aofeng and Goddess Luo went against 2 fire god guards each. Bing Chan, Ling Tianba and Long Shersan did the same. Finally, there were 2 fire god guards left. Jiang Chen and Moling Dongchen went against 1 each. Jiang Chen and Moling Dongchen were considered as the weakest among them. So, no one doubted that they would fight against 1 fire god guard each. Aofeng and Goddess Luo were still fine. Ling Tianba and the other 2 became a little bit overwhelmed. Even Long Shersan was in the same situation. The 2 peak middle void god fire god guards, their fighting strength and destructive power was imaginable. More importantly, they were being burned by the fire of heart. It was not easy for them to go all out and fight. Long Shersan was sweeping away thousands of soldiers. He kept striking out the battle saint technique and barely managed to fight on par with the 2 fire god guards. Ling Tianba was forced to take a few steps back. The divine spear in his hand was not weak at all. But facing the attacks of the fire god guards, it was hard for him to fight back. For these fire god guards, the blazing flames were a qualitative enhancement and transformation. Jiang Chen was holding the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. Although his sword might not be comparable to a divine tool, he was extremely proud of it. He could easily fight against a fire god guard. Every time he attacked, he would be able to find the fire god guard's fatal weakness. This made it hard for the fire god guard to get close to Jiang Chen. Instead, they were hindered by Jiang Chen's 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen fought poison with poison. Under the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal, the Fire God Guard was instantly devoured. However, at this moment, the Fire God Guard did not show any weakness. Instead, it became even more powerful. Even Jiang Chen's expression changed. He seemed to have used the wrong method. Facing his 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal, the Fire God Guard was not afraid at all. The Fire God Guard that was refined from the body of a divine king was indeed very mysterious and strange. His 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal had become its nourishment. At this moment, the Fire God Guard's strength seemed to have recovered to the late Void God realm. It can't be, right? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. The 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal did not cause any damage to the Fire God Guard. Instead, it boosted the Fire God Guard's strength. Everyone couldn't help but look at the Fire God Guard that Jiang Chen was fighting against had become the strongest among them. This brat is really courting death, Ao Feng said disdainfully. Little Chunzi? Long Shersan was shocked. He was afraid that the Fire God Guard would severely injure Jiang Chen. Don't worry. It's basically impossible for the Fire God Guard to kill me. Jiang Chen looked at Long Shersan and casted the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal again. This time, the Fire God Guard's strength had also reached the late Void God realm after devouring Jiang Chen's 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. Courting death. Ling Tianba sneered and looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. Jiang Chen was surprised. He never thought that his guess was right. These Fire God Guards were really terrifying. Moreover, his 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal had become a great help to them. It could even help them to break through. It was really terrifying and extraordinary. Break it! Jiang Chen swung his sword and instantly enveloped the Fire God Guard into the Zulong Tower. No one knew what was happening at this moment. In the Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen's strength had been improved perfectly. Moreover, he had a terrifying weapon in his hand. The Divine Burying Flag. Chapter 2157. However, Jiang Chen also noticed that the Fire God Guard was extremely weak. Even his supreme flame could not help it break through to the late Void God realm. Seems like it's not that easy to break through to the Void God realm. Even so, this Fire God Guard should be able to fight against 5 at the same time. Jiang Chen's lips curved into a faint smile. He had one more terrifying trump card after taking the Fire God Guard as his own. Puff! The flame blade pierced through Ling Tianba's body. Ling Tianba was also in a difficult situation. If this continued, he might not have any chance to fight anymore. Bing Chan was also in a difficult situation. The current her did not have the same charm as before. She could not even take care of herself. Long Shersan was also in a difficult situation. Fortunately, his Battle Saint technique was extremely powerful. Moreover, Jiang Chen had told him where the Fire God Guard's life gate was. Only Ao Feng and Goddess Luo were evenly matched with the Fire God Guard. I must think of a way to deal with these guys. Ao Feng gritted his teeth. He was worried that Goddess Luo would become his biggest hidden danger if he were to use his trump card now. Ha! This battle is really refreshing. Jiang Chen held the Divine Burying Flag in his hand. His expression was arrogant as the wind danced in the sky. His aura was unparalleled. Although he was only a 9th-grade immortal sovereign, he gave people a feeling of disdain. That's... Ao Feng's pupils shrunk and his expression became solemn. Could it be the Divine Burying Flag? Goddess Luo murmured. Her beautiful eyes were filled with fear. I think so. The Divine Burying Flag is like the Heavenly Lightning Imperial Demon Blade. It might even be more terrifying than the Heavenly Lightning Imperial Demon Blade. Goddess Luo said in a low voice. Is that the Divine Burying Flag in your hand? Ao Feng looked at Jiang Chen coldly and said, So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Jiang Chen said faintly. Seems like it's true. Ao Feng's eyes were filled with excitement. He looked at the Divine Burying Flag and wished he could take it for himself. Hand over the Divine Burying Flag to me, and I will guarantee that you will enter the divine world and live a prosperous life. Ao Feng stared at the Divine Burying Flag in Jiang Chen's hand and said, Who do you think you are? Why should I give you what belongs to me? Jiang Chen was disdainful. There are some things that you don't deserve. Ao Feng said condescendingly. However, it was also difficult for him to deal with 2 Fire God Guards. It was already impossible for him to deal with Jiang Chen. Well said. It seems that in your eyes, you are high and mighty, while the rest of us are as lowly as ants. If my guess is correct, you should be from the divine world, right? Jiang Chen's words shocked everyone. But when they thought about it, it was indeed the case. Other than this, there seemed to be no other explanation. Ling Tianba and Bing Chan were the most affected because they were outstanding talents from the immortal world. However, when they faced the experts from the divine world, they were actually suppressed so miserably. You're very smart. It's good that you know. Give me the divine burying flag and there will definitely be a place for you in the immortal world. Ao Feng said patiently. Give me the divine burying flag and I will allow you to enter the god Luo clan. Goddess Luo's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Jiang Chen. Her expression was still cold. She was like an ice mountain and she had always been disdainful, especially towards someone like Jiang Chen. However, she must not let Ao Feng get the divine burying flag. What a pity. No one can take away my things. Jiang Chen shrugged and said with a smile. He completely ignored Goddess Luo and Ao Feng. Brat, you dare to fool me? Ao Feng shouted in a deep voice. I'm not fooling you. You're the one who's too confident. Why should I listen to your command? Looks like we're at each other's throats. Then, I'll add some paint for you to have a taste. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a smirk. A 3,000 flames dragon seal shot out, directly hitting the two fire god guards who were fighting with Ao Feng. In an instant, the 3,000 flames dragon seal greatly increased the strength of the two fire god guards, completely suppressing Ao Feng. Moreover, it was a complete suppression, causing him to suffer injuries at every step. Bastard! I'm going to kill you! Ao Feng was so angry that he was about to explode. However, he could not do anything to Jiang Chen. You're crazy, bastard! I'm not crazy. Under the divine burying flag, the fire god guards have nowhere to hide. Jiang Chen raised his hand and waved the divine burying flag again. The fire god guards that Long Shersan and the others were facing were all engulfed by the divine burying flag. Long Shersan instantly felt that the pressure was greatly reduced. Moling Dongchen, Ling Tianba and Bing Chan also felt the same. I only need a promise from you. Jiang Chen looked at Goddess Luo with his fiery eyes. I won't snatch the divine burying flag from you. Looking at Ao Feng who was forced to a corner, Goddess Luo understood that the fire god guards were nothing to Jiang Chen. However, it was different for her. His strength was ordinary, but he could rely on the divine burying flag to control the fire god guards. One could imagine the power of the divine burying flag. Goddess Luo is indeed a smart person. Jiang Chen waved the divine burying flag and the wind whistled. He took away two fire god guards and disappeared between heaven and earth. Only Ao Feng was facing two fire god guards and he was beaten to the point that he could not fight back. Jiang Chen, you have guts. I won't fight with you for the divine burying flag anymore. At this moment, Ao Feng actually lowered his head towards Jiang Chen. This was something that he had never done before. Even in the divine world, he was also the leader of the younger generation. When had he ever been suppressed and ridiculed like this? Lowering your head now? Unfortunately, it's too late. Today I must kill you. Killing intent surged in Jiang Chen's heart. This Ao Feng was so arrogant. More importantly, he did not put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. His strength was not ordinary. Leaving him alive would definitely be a huge hidden danger. Moreover, unlike Goddess Luo and the others, if Jiang Chen were to touch them, he would definitely incur the wrath of the masses. However, Jiang Chen was different. He was the only one who revealed his killing intent towards Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen wanted to kill him, no one would say a word. They were very clear that if it wasn't for Jiang Chen using the divine burying flag, they wouldn't be so relaxed. Especially Ling Tianba. Although he was arrogant and unruly, at least he knew that his life was saved by Jiang Chen. Kill this little bastard, little Chunzi. Long Shersan chuckled. There was a hint of violence in his feminine manner. He might lend a helping hand at any time. A mere 9th-grade immortal sovereign dares to talk nonsense about killing me? Even with the divine burying flag, you're still an ant in my eyes. Ao Feng said in a deep voice. Since you're so stubborn, then you can't be blamed on me. After obtaining the divine burying flag, I can only kill you. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not entering this place. Ao Feng declared Jiang Chen's death sentence straight away. If you want to fight, let's fight. I'd like to see how strong a guy from the divine world is. Chapter 2158. Immortal and Mortal Ants. How can you compete with me? Ao Feng roared. His aura suddenly rose. He held the long spear in his hand, and his battle strength was unparalleled. Facing the two fire god guards, he was not afraid at all. His long spear met the attack, fighting against the heavens and earth. Ao Feng's strength had caused everyone to tremble. Compared to before, his strength was more than 10 times stronger. Even the two fire god guards couldn't withstand a single blow from him. Get lost! Ao Feng's roar was like thunder, pushing back the two fire god guards. At this moment, Jiang Chen fearlessly went up against Ao Feng. He did not dare to be careless. Ao Feng had obviously used some kind of secret technique to increase his strength to the limit. He was only a step away from the late Void God realm. Moreover, he was talented, and his battle strength was monstrous. 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen's first move was a terrifying killing move. The 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal was instantly unleashed. Ao Feng met the attack head-on with his terrifying long spear, crushing the heavens and earth. The surrounding flames retreated. The spear's shadows were heavy, giving Jiang Chen a great impact. Both of their figures continued to fight, teleporting and disappearing in the flames. Such a terrifying guy. I never thought that a 9th-grade immortal sovereign could have such power. Bing Chan murmured. She only realized now who was the most terrifying existence among them. From the beginning, they had neglected Jiang Chen. However, his battle strength was the most terrifying. Because his strength was only at the 9th-grade immortal sovereign realm. Among the people here, who could fight against a god realm expert when they were only at the 9th-grade immortal sovereign realm? Moreover, it was a battle that was a few levels higher. Jiang Chen's battle strength had really shocked Bing Chan. Ling Tianba had already been completely convinced. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, they would have been crushed to death by the fire god guards. Even Ao Feng did not seem to have such battle strength. The 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal flew up, and the seal shook the heavens and earth, sweeping across all directions. Kaka, now you know how powerful little Chenzi is. Long Shan glared at Ling Tianba and couldn't help but snort disdainfully. However, Ling Tianba didn't refute at all because in front of absolute power, all methods were useless. Especially when he found out that Ao Feng was from the realm of the gods, Ling Tianba lost all confidence in going against him. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Moling Dongchen said with a smile. You give me a familiar feeling. Goddess Luo looked at Moling Dongchen. Moling Dongchen smiled awkwardly and shook his head slightly. However, his heart was in turmoil. As for the battle between Jiang Chen and Ao Feng, it had already reached a white-hot stage, like a raging fire. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die. Those who stand in my way will not have a good ending. Ao Feng sneered. His hands didn't slow down in the slightest. Layers of terrifying spear shadows transformed into sharp swords that pierced through the void, pressing towards Jiang Chen. Your thinking is a little too simple. 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen attacked again. Waves of fire surged up to the sky, accompanied by the endless fire in the refining god palace. Ao Feng's expression became extremely solemn. Unparalleled heavens. Who can do anything to me? Ha! Ao Feng laughed wildly. His divine spear dashed towards Jiang Chen. Ao Feng was a little arrogant in the face of the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. The fire god guards could withstand his attack, but Ao Feng might not be qualified to withstand the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. The terrifying flames engulfed the heaven and earth. The surrounding was filled with the flames of the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. Ao Feng was completely injured. The burning of the flames caused the heart fire in Ao Feng's body to burn even more fiercely. Ao Feng let out a deep roar and flew backwards. The strength of the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal was beyond his imagination. He also suffered a setback and his face looked ferocious. You've really infuriated me. Brat, you're such a lowly human. Today, only death awaits you. Divine Power Spring. God's Blessing. Ao Feng roared continuously. He instantly turned into a peerless war god. His battle strength had also reached the late Void God realm. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Only Jiang Chen and Goddess Luo could remain calm at the scene. Divine Power Spring? To think that it's the Divine Power Spring bestowed by a Divine King expert. Looks like the Ao clan is going all out this time. Goddess Luo murmured. The divine power spring could only be bestowed by a divine king expert. Moreover, the divine power spring could instantly increase one's cultivation by 1 level. Only those who were involved in the battle would know how terrifying it was. Moreover, the divine power spring did not have any side effects. It was not like a secret technique that could forcefully increase one's battle strength. It was so precious that it was regarded as a secret treasure of the divine king realm. In order to obtain it, one must have great luck or be from a powerful clan. Get lost. Ao Feng attacked continuously. It was extraordinarily terrifying. Compared to before, it was much more overbearing. Jiang Chen instantly fell into a passive position. The terror of a late void god. It was still difficult for the current him to fight with his full strength. However, it did not mean that Jiang Chen would give up without putting up a fight. True Dragon Palm. Jiang Chen's palm shook the heavens. It covered the sky and swept up layers of flames. The true dragon palm hit Ao Feng's body. Ao Feng's face was filled with arrogance. The divine power spring was actually so terrifying. Ao Feng's current strength had reached an unprecedented peak. Let me see exactly how powerful this divine burying flag is. Jiang Chen held the divine burying flag in his hand and swept across the entire place. A strong wind was raised and the wind blades were like torches. The entire refining god palace instantly turned into a world of wind and fire. Even Goddess Luo and the others could only retreat as they did not dare to get close to the battlefield. Jiang Chen held the divine burying flag in his hand and swept it across. Countless wind blades were shot out, cutting through the void. It was invulnerable to water and fire, extremely overbearing. As the wind blades flickered, the flames were split into 2. It was terrifying. Even Ao Feng didn't dare to take it head-on. The domineering aspect of the divine burying flag was on full display. The divine burying flag's ferocious attack instantly stabilized Jiang Chen's situation. He was not completely suppressed. On the contrary, Ao Feng became even more furious. Even the divine power spring could not suppress Jiang Chen perfectly. This fellow is really terrifying. However, he was only relying on the divine burying flag. Without the divine burying flag, he was nothing. You're just a fox borrowing the tiger's might. Looks like if I don't kill you now, you're destined to become my stumbling block. Ao Feng seemed to be infuriated this time. Even the divine power spring did not seem to be his strongest move. I'll play with you till the end. Jiang Chen waved the divine burying flag without any hesitation. The might of the divine burying flag swept through the surroundings and reversed the wind. Even the entire refining god palace was swept up by the wind. The intensity of the fire weakened. World-defying universe, true dragon appears. Chapter 2159. The black dragon's entire body was flowing with light, and its scales flickered with light. It was incomparably dazzling, and everyone was shocked. Ao Feng had already transformed into a 10-feet-long black dragon with 4 ferocious claws. The dragon's head was looking at the sky coldly at Jiang Chen. He raised his head and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The 10-feet-long black dragon was a real peerless divine dragon. It gave off a strong pressure. It was the first time for Jiang Chen to see such a divine dragon. True dragon? Is this a true dragon? Jiang Chen was slightly shocked. The dragon transformation skill in his body was circulating continuously. It seemed like there was a certain resonance. Especially the Zulong Tower, it was emitting a terrifying aura which made Jiang Chen confused. Oh my god! Is this the real divine dragon? Bing Chan said in shock. The divine dragon was the #1 divine beast in the world. No demonic beast could surpass its existence. Moreover, the real divine dragon was the symbol of supremacy. The true dragon has appeared. Ao Feng is completely infuriated. Seems like that guy is going to die today. Goddess Luo said faintly. No one knew better than her how powerful Ao Feng was. The Ao clan belonged to the Dragon clan. Even the god Luo clan was not willing to offend such an ancient clan. Moreover, the true dragon transformation of the Ao clan was even more powerful. No other divine beast or demonic beast could be compared to it. Ao Feng had deployed the true dragon transformation in order to put Jiang Chen to death. This guy shouldn't be so easily torn apart, right? At this moment, Moling Dongchen was a little curious because this guy had given him too many surprises. If he was killed by Ao Feng so easily, It would be a little inconceivable. To be able to die under my true dragon's body, you can be considered to have died a worthy death. Ao Feng opened his ferocious dragon mouth, bared his fangs and brandished his claws as he roared madly. True dragon transformation? Not only you, I have it too. Jiang Chen smiled. He moved his body and instantly transformed into his true dragon transformation. Not to mention Goddess Luo and the others, even Ao Feng was shocked. How is this possible? You have the body of a human dragon? Are you also a member of the dragon clan? Ao Feng narrowed his eyes. Although he hated Jiang Chen to the core, if Jiang Chen was really a member of the dragon clan, he might not be able to kill him directly. The dragon clan had always been sparsely populated, so killing fellow clansmen was absolutely not allowed. However, Ao Feng had already made up his mind to kill, even if he was really a member of the dragon clan. Therefore, after thinking about it over and over again, he didn't think of showing mercy to Jiang Chen. As long as he killed him, no one would know and the people of the dragon clan wouldn't know, so it wouldn't be considered as violating the rules of the dragon clan. I'm not a dragon. However, you're not the only one who knows dragon transformation. Jiang Chen coldly stared at Ao Feng. Between the two of them, one was big and one was small. One was a true dragon. The other was a half-human half-dragon. This scene shocked everyone present. I've never seen anyone like that before. Is it a dragon or a human? Goddess Luo frowned and murmured. These two fellows, no matter which one it is, I'm afraid they're not easy to deal with. Ling Tianba licked his dry lips and said, in this divine tomb, it was impossible for him to surpass everyone else. Only by standing in a more powerful place would he understand that the experts in this world were far more terrifying than what he had imagined. Although this Ao Feng was from the divine world, Jiang Chen was from the immortal world. It was quite ironic that he couldn't even defeat a 9th-grade immortal sovereign. Roar! 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 Ao Feng roared continuously, breaking through the sky. He twisted his dragon body and covered Jiang Chen completely. The pressure of a superior being made everyone feel suffocated. Only Jiang Chen was able to hold his head high and chest out. This kind of dragon prestige was nothing to him. Jiang Chen was the only one who could hold his head high and chest out. This kind of dragon prestige was nothing to him. Dang! Roar! Ao Feng waved his body and swung his dragon tail, causing the sky and earth to spin. Jiang Chen did not move at all. He held his blade horizontally and grabbed Ao Feng's tail. Jiang Chen lowered his shoulders and crouched down, circulating his qi in both of his arms. Jiang Chen, who had 10 times his combat strength, had the strength to break the heavens. He instantly crushed Ao Feng's huge body, which was tens of thousands of kilograms, and sent it flying. Everyone gasped. Oh, whoa! Ao Feng was sent flying, and he was in a sorry state. This scene was out of everyone's expectation. Jiang Chen sneered and quickly followed up. Ao Feng did not retreat but advanced instead, roaring continuously. Two silhouettes intertwined with each other. Banging sounds resounded through the entire refining god palace. Even Long Shersan felt pain. These two fellows were engaging in the most terrifying and simplest hand-to-hand combat. Oh, whoa! Bastard! You bastard! I'm going to kill you! Ao Feng's furious voice resounded. Jiang Chen actually plucked out a few of his dragon scales at this moment. One must know that the reverse scale of a dragon was not something that anyone could touch. Once it was touched, it would be a battle to the death. Today, Jiang Chen actually plucked out a few of Ao Feng's dragon scales. One could imagine how furious Ao Feng was. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Jiang Chen took a step forward. The Azure Dragon's 5 steps swept across the sky, suppressing Ao Feng. Ao Feng had no chance to restrain Jiang Chen at all. His huge dragon body was also completely useless. Jiang Chen stepped on Ao Feng's dragon body. Step by step, he ascended to the heavens, and his every step was filled with killing intent. Jiang Chen, I won't rest until one of us is dead. Oh. Before Ao Feng's voice faded, Jiang Chen took 5 steps forward. It was already a scene of destruction. Ao Feng spurted out a mouthful of blood. The dragon blood dyed the heavens and earth. Everyone's expression changed. The dragon blood was ignited, and the aura was terrifying. Slaughter Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen's killing intent rose. Because he knew that if he did not kill Ao Feng, then he would definitely not have a good life. Rather than putting himself in danger, It would be better to kill him as soon as possible. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about the consequences. The terrifying slaughter dragon seal hit Ao Feng and sent him flying. His huge body smashed into the weapon tomb. The raging fire burned Ao Feng's body, and he felt great pain. His injuries were not light. Jiang Chen took the opportunity to chase after Ao Feng. He leaped onto Ao Feng's huge dragon body, and the heavenly dragon sword pierced into Ao Feng's body. How could this be? Even a divine weapon might not be able to hurt my body, unless it's a heavenly divine weapon. How could this be? Ao Feng was terrified. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and pierced into his dragon body. That heart-wrenching pain made Ao Feng feel a sense of danger. This sword is obviously not a divine weapon. There's no surge of divine power in it. How is this possible? Even Goddess Luo was shocked. The heavenly dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand seemed to carry a domineering aura. It was unstoppable. Fuck him to death. Little Chunzi. Long Shersan laughed and said, "This guy was too arrogant. Only little Chunzi could deal with him. You lowly human, you dare to hurt me? Not only will I hurt you, I will also kill you." Jiang Chen sneered. Fierce dragon sky-splitting strike. Chapter 2160. Unification of Dragon and Sword. Jiang Chen instantly turned into the heavenly dragon sword. Layers of sword shadows appeared and the sword light flickered. The sword light was 100 zhang long, showing off its sharpness. Two terrifying rays of light clashed against each other. The heavenly dragon sword pierced through Ao Feng's body while Ao Feng spurted out blood. His dragon head looked dispirited. Even his strongest attack, the fierce dragon sky-splitting strike, could not defeat Jiang Chen. Instead, he was pierced through by the heavenly dragon sword, causing him to become extremely weak. "Today, I will pull out your tendons and skin you." Jiang Chen's voice was as loud as a bell, deafening to the ears. Everyone's heart was trembling. Isn't this too cruel and terrifying? Jiang Chen leaped up and flew onto Ao Feng's dragon body. His sword pierced through Ao Feng's dragon body and he stretched out his hand. The green dragon tendon was pulled out by Jiang Chen and was 10 meters long. "No, no." Ao Feng was in great pain and screamed miserably. At this moment, he no longer had the arrogance he had before. "Don't kill me. You can't kill me. Otherwise, the Dragon Clan will not rest until you die. This is only your side of the story. If I kill you, not even the heavens can stop me." Jiang Chen raised his sword again. Tens of meters of dragon tendon were pulled out by him. Ao Feng's screams were still lingering in their ears, causing the people who heard it to feel guilty. "No, this is impossible. My dragon tendon, my dragon tendon." Ao Feng's body was extremely dispirited. Looking at his dragon tendon being burned by the raging fire, his heart sank to the bottom. "Boy, you dare?" A loud shout resounded through the entire refining god palace. A white silhouette stood in the sky, staring at Jiang Chen with a pair of sharp eyes. "It's another peerless expert," Bing Chan said in a low voice. This person's strength had also reached the late void god realm. It was a true late void god realm. It was a completely different concept from those who used the divine power spring to increase their strength. One step into the true god realm would allow one to possess a god position. This late void god white-robed youth was only a step away from becoming a god position. "Who are you?" Jiang Chen sneered. "Save my seventh brother. I don't want to die," Ao Feng said with a sobbing tone. He had completely lost his previous demeanor, as if he was a person that was about to die. A piece of trash. He couldn't even subdue an ant at the immortal emperor realm. He's really a disgrace to my Ao clan. Ao Tian snorted coldly. His aura was peerless, and even the surrounding flames couldn't get close to him. "You actually have a dragon transformation body? Who are you? If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might be able to take you back to the Ao clan to die. You think too much. I don of you. I don't care who you are or what background you have. I don? I don? I don? I don? I don? I God. I'm afraid you're thinking too much. I don't care who you are, and I don't care what kind of background you have. As long as you dare to provoke me, I'll kill you even if it's the emperor." How could Jiang Chen fall behind? Compared to Ao Tian, he was even crazier. As he spoke, he chopped down with his sword, directly chopping off Ao Feng's dragon head. In that instant, everyone was shocked. Only Long Shersan had long since understood what was going on. After offending Jiang Chen to such an extent, there was no way that Ao Feng would leave this place alive.
You dare to kill people of my Ao clan?
Ao Tian said in a deep voice. In an instant, his rage enveloped Jiang Chen, leaving him with nowhere to hide. He's just an ant. So what if I kill him? What do you want? Jiang Chen said disdainfully. You dare to kill the people of my Ao clan. Today, I will make you die without a burial ground. Proud Heaven felt that his prestige was being challenged. Even his identity as an expert of the divine world couldn't intimidate this little bastard. Even Ao Feng died in his hands. One could imagine Proud Heaven's rage. Ao Tian is different from Ao Feng. This fella is a true expert. A late void god. Even if I fight him with all my strength, I might not have the upper hand. Jiang Chen thought in his heart. But even if he knew that he would die, he would not retreat. Moreover, the current situation had not reached that stage yet. Ao Tian, what arrogant words you have. I think that you merely want the divine burying flag in his hands, right? Hee. A cold sneer resounded. A man in brocade robe appeared in a flash. It was another late void god expert. I am Luo Wenhao. Little brother, you're really a god. A 9th grade immortal sovereign. You're really shocking. Ha ha. I, Luo Wenhao, have never seen such a person in my life. Luo Wenhao said with a smile and nodded at Goddess Luo. His eyes were filled with admiration. Obviously, Luo Wenhao was also someone of the divine world, a member of the god Luo clan. Nice to meet you. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Luo Wenhao was showing goodwill towards him. He was not an unreasonable person. Moreover, the current situation was very obvious. He wanted to isolate Ao Tian. This Luo Wenhao was not simple. Luo Wenhao, aren't you being a busybody? Do you think that you can stop me with your abilities? What does it have to do with you who I want to kill? So what if I want the divine burying flag? Ao Tian harumphed. The divine burying flag belongs to little brother. It's not good for your Ao clan to take it by force. From what I know, if it wasn't for Ao Feng, I think this little brother wouldn't have killed him. If he didn't kill Ao Feng, his life would be in danger. I'm afraid that no one would show mercy to him. Do you need others to teach you about this? It's the law of the jungle. You know it better than anyone else. Luo Wenhao said faintly. Humph. I don't care who he is. I don't care what the reason is. He killed the people of my Ao clan. I must take revenge. Even if it's for the divine burying flag, I will do anything. Why do you have to be so hypocritical here? If you're not convinced, let's have a showdown. Ao Tian said. No, not. Ao Feng is dead. It can only be said that he was not as skilled. At this moment, you should know better than anyone that I will not stand idly by. I will definitely be friends with Brother Jiang Chen. If you want to snatch Brother Jiang Chen's divine burying flag, I will not agree. Think about it. If you think you can fight against the two of us, I will be happy to accompany you. Luo Wenhao spoke righteously. However, Jiang Chen knew that he had his own motives. If Luo Wenhao could rope him in, Ao Tian would definitely not dare to do anything. Luo Wenhao's words infuriated Ao Tian. However, he was not a reckless man. If he were to make a move and Jiang Chen and Luo Wenhao went all out, he would most likely lose terribly. It was not impossible for him to lose his life like Ao Feng. However, he would definitely not let this matter rest. And the Ao clan would not let this matter rest either. Great. Luo Wenhao, you're great. Ao Tian smirked and looked at Jiang Chen. I'll spare your life for now. However, I believe that you will not leave this place alive. I'm happy to accompany you. I also believe that you might not be able to walk out of this place alive. Jiang Chen smiled. At this moment, the entire Refinement God Palace was engulfed in flames. Everyone was feeling immense pressure. The heart fire had reached its limit. In the weapon tomb not far away, the Heaven's Lightning Imperial Demon Saber was also engulfed in flames, as if an extremely powerful force was about to be born. Shit! It's the fire spirit. The birth of the fire spirit will destroy the world. The Heaven's Lightning Imperial Demon Saber was left behind by that senior. The fire spirit is sealed within it. The sword spirit of the heavens lightning imperial demon saber has been devoured by the fire spirit. Chapter 2161. Fire Spirit? Isn't that one of the things that the craftsman god valued the most? That's the source of life to refine a divine tool. Aotion's eyes were burning with greed. This thing was a real treasure. Moreover, the fire spirit seemed to have fused with the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade. It was obvious how terrifying the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade was. It should be able to reach the level of a heavenly divine tool. Fire Spirit. It's the legendary fire spirit. Luo Wenhao said in shock. The value of the fire spirit was even more tempting than the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade. Even though it had fused with the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade, it was still extremely terrifying. Legend has it that the fire spirit is the craftsman god's love. Obtaining the fire spirit would mean obtaining the inheritance of the craftsman god. Goddess Luo said faintly. However, her words were still filled with love for the fire spirit. The flame rose up and swept across the sky. A tongue of fire even spurted out from the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade. It was quite terrifying. Countless fire snakes covered the sky and the earth. The surrounding divine tools seemed to be melting. Everyone was trying their best to resist it. However, the fire spirit was too terrifying. It triggered the heart fire in their body. The flame of the fire spirit was even more overbearing than Jiang Chen's flame. This is not a simple fire spirit's flame. It's the strongest flame in the world. Karmic fire of the red lotus. Moling Dongchen said in a deep voice. He looked extremely solemn. Impossible. Is the fire spirit formed by the karmic fire of the red lotus? Aotion was shocked and even a little guilty. Because the karmic fire of the red lotus was not something that they could control. Moreover, it burned all karmic obstacles. Anyone below the divine king realm would be turned into ashes in front of it. Who wouldn't be afraid of this kind of flame? Even Jiang Chen had heard that the karmic fire of the red lotus was even more powerful than his flame. It was even more terrifying than the 3,000 flames dragon seal that he had fused with. Who could compete with this kind of divine fire that was created by the heavens and earth? Although Jiang Chen was arrogant, he wasn't brainless. They had no choice but to temporarily avoid these flames. He definitely couldn't face the enemy head-on. If he faced the enemy head-on, that would be no different from seeking his own death. Even Aotion, Luo Wenhao and the rest were preparing to retreat to the second level of the palace. That's because the karmic fire of the red lotus in the refining god palace was too terrifying. At this moment, hundreds of experts rushed into the entrance of the second floor. All of them were early void gods. Even Zhan Lingyun was among them. Don't come over. Get out. Jiang Chen glanced at Zhan Lingyun. The latter was slightly taken aback, but he still followed everyone and rushed in. Gagaga, you want to keep the treasure for yourself? We're not to be trifled with this. Ah, help me. No, I cannot die. This is too scary. This is practically hell on earth. Hundreds of experts were either killed or heavily injured. Even Zhan Lingyun was heavily injured. He quickly retreated from the second floor of the palace. However, there were less than 20 experts left. All of them were burned to ashes by the karmic fire of the red lotus. The fire spirit's tongue of flame had taught everyone a deep lesson. It was a bloody experience. As a result, hundreds of experts' lives had been destroyed in an instant. From their point of view, Jiang Chen and the others wanted to keep the divine treasury for themselves. However, when they stepped into the third floor of the palace, it was already too late. The might of the karmic fire of the red lotus was beyond their imagination. The faces of the 20 people who survived were ashen, and all of them were heavily injured. If they weren't the elites among them, it would be hard for them to do anything. They would be left in the refining god palace and turned into ashes. Isn't this too terrifying? What kind of flame is this? An early void god expert murmured with an ashen face after surviving the calamity. I thought that this is the place where the divine treasury is gathered. Unfortunately, everyone is dead. There are only 20 of us left. Those people didn't even have the time to react before they were burned to ashes. It's terrifying. The divine treasury is actually a burial ground. Some of them couldn't help but sigh. Their eyes were filled with fear. Hundreds of people died on the spot. Everyone knew how terrifying the fire spirit was. Moreover, it was able to kill without leaving a trace. This refining god palace really lived up to its name of refining god. How have you been, Zhan Lingyun? Jiang Chen gave Zhan Lingyun a glance. The latter smiled bitterly and nodded. He had broken through all the demons and monsters, narrowly escaped death, and finally entered the divine treasury. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's reminder just now, he would have turned into ashes like the others. That scene was truly shocking and vivid in his mind. I almost died here. Thank you, Brother Jiang Chen. You've saved my life again. Zhan Lingyun was clear that Jiang Chen's strength couldn't be measured with common sense. The 9th-grade immortal sovereign was just a cover. He didn't even dare to guess how strong Jiang Chen really was. Jiang Chen and the others had already retreated from the refining god palace. The range of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus seemed to be greatly restricted. On the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade, the fire spirit that looked like a fairy was jumping around. Its aura was also rapidly weakening. The aura of the fire spirit is weakening. It won't be long before we can rush in, Luo Wenhao said in a low voice. Obviously, he was determined to get the fire spirit. Brother Jiang Chen, if you can help me get the fire spirit, my god Luo clan will definitely repay your kindness. Luo Wenhao, will never forget it. Luo Wenhao's expression was solemn as he looked at Jiang Chen. All right. Jiang Chen looked at Ao Tian with interest. There was no other reason. He just couldn't stand the arrogant Ao Tian.
His eyes were on the top of his head. Moreover, he and the Ao clan were already at each other's throats. It would be unwise to offend the god Luo clan at this time. Not to mention that Luo Wenhao had helped him out earlier. Jiang Chen was definitely not an ungrateful person. On the contrary, he would definitely take revenge. A drop of water should be returned with a gushing spring. He understood this principle. The god Luo clan must be a prominent clan in the divine world. Otherwise, how could they have the opportunity to enter this place? It won't take long. As long as the fire spirit's aura weakens, it's completely possible to obtain it. I must get this fire spirit. A fire spirit that can release the karmic fire of the Red Lotus is extremely terrifying. After thousands of years, even this fire spirit might not be able to withstand the corrosion of time. It will eventually decline. Chapter 2162. The aura of the fire spirit seems to be declining rapidly. Long Shersan said in a deep voice. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's still not something we can touch. Zhan Lingyun smiled bitterly as he looked at Long Shersan. He was still a cannon fodder here. After feeling the terrifying strength of Ao Tian, Luo Wenhao and the others, he completely dispelled the thought of competing with them for the fire spirit. It was important to know one's own strength. It was obvious that Zhan Lingyun was not someone who was going to die. He knew that compared to the top experts, he was still too weak. There was no doubt about this. Moreover, once the battle was imminent, it would be even more difficult for him to rush forward. The strength of these people far surpassed everyone else. You don't have to be discouraged. Boy, those two people are not from the immortal world. They are from the divine world. Long Shersan patted Zhan Lingyun's shoulder and said. Zhan Lingyun took a deep breath. He was even more impressed in his heart. Right now, he did not have any ability to compete. If he could go out with Jiang Chen, he would be satisfied. Greed was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Those people who wanted to compete for the divine treasury without thinking were the best examples. In the end, they would die without a burial place. The aura of the fire spirit has finally subsided? Ling Tianba's eyes flickered. He naturally wanted a share of the spoils, but seeing Ao Tian and Luo Wenhao's eagerness to make a move, he and Bing Chan could only watch from afar. In a battle between true experts, they were still inferior. Even experts like Ling Tianba and Bing Chan have given up on the fight. Right now, Zhan Lingyun's heart was extremely clear. If Ling Tianba and Bing Chan were to fight, they would not have any chance at all. If the two of you can lend me a hand, my Ao clan will definitely remember it. As long as the two of you can help me obtain the fire spirit, I will allow the two of you to enter the Ao clan's dragon pool to cultivate. Perhaps the two of you don't know that even heavenly god powerhouses hope to enter the dragon pool to cultivate. As a member of the dragon clan, I disdain to lie, and I disdain to be calculative with you. Ao Tian's words moved Bing Chan and Ling Tianba. I'm sorry, Jiang Chen. Although you saved my life, I have to take responsibility for my future.
I'm afraid I can't fight alongside you in this battle. Ling Tianba looked at Jiang Chen solemnly. Ha ha ha, everyone has their own choices. I believe I also understand the principle of, a wise man submits to circumstances. Bing Chan giggled. The two of them stood beside Ao Tian. Good, good. My Ao clan won't treat you unfairly. You too. We'll be depending on you this time. Jiang Chen looked at Ao Tian. This guy was not stupid. He was worried that he would be surrounded by everyone, so he first won over Bing Chan and Ling Tianba. Although these two people were not too strong, at least they were enough to deal with Long San and Jiang Chen. It's time for us to act. This fire spirit can't fall into the hands of people with ulterior motives. Luo Wenhao sneered. At this moment, Luo Wenhao and Jiang Chen took the lead to attack. Ao Tian faced Luo Wenhao, while Jiang Chen and Long San were not slow either. However, they were stopped by Ling Tianba and Bing Chan. Ling Tianba, you're really shameless. Now it seems that Jiang Chen saving you is equivalent to saving an ingrate. Long San sneered and said. He was even more disdainful of Ling Tianba. People die for wealth, birds die for food. This is the principle of natural selection. To be strong, one must be fearless. Ling Tianba said proudly. Well said. Today, I'll send you to heaven. I'll let you know what a real strong person is. Killing a heartless person like you will make your death worthwhile. Long San pointed his rod at the void and instantly took action. He fought with Ling Tianba. Horrifying attacks, layers upon layers of rod shadows swept across everything, instantly suppressing Ling Tianba. Long San hated ungrateful people the most. Naturally, he would not show any mercy to Ling Tianba. Master Jiang Chen, I'm really helpless. You have to show some mercy. Bing Chan looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. Her posture was elegant and graceful. She turned her head and smiled. However, Jiang Chen was not someone who had never seen a beautiful woman before. Naturally, he would not be seduced by her charm. Even if Goddess Luo was in front of him, he would not be moved at all. After all, his wife was a celestial being. Compared to Bing Chan, she was even better. Being used to eating delicacies, how could he be moved by a pheasant? That was completely impossible. I'm sorry to block my way. No matter if it's a man or a woman, I won't show any mercy. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. Leave it to me. You go and help Luo Wenhao. Goddess Luo stared at Jiang Chen and said faintly. Bing Chan couldn't even be compared to her. Bing Chan always had a hint of flirtatiousness, and Goddess Luo's fairy-like beauty was not something that Bing Chan could match up to. Since Goddess Luo is willing to take action personally, I'll go and meet this Ao Tian. If I can tear off his dragon tendon once, I can do it again. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. Everyone could not help but tremble. This guy's eyes were still as vicious as before. They all knew what Jiang Chen did just now. Even if Bing Chan was extremely charming, she knew that if she fought against Jiang Chen, she would most likely lose. She might not even be a match for him. But now that it was Goddess Luo, the pressure on her was reduced by a lot. Brother Luo, let me give you a hand. Ha! Jiang Chen laughed loudly. Azure Dragon's 5 steps, each step ascended to the sky, pressing against Ao Tian. The explosive Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Each step broke through the void. Even Ao Tian had to use his full strength. Each step was more powerful than the previous one. Azure Dragon goes to sea. Ao Tian struck out a terrifying attack. His palms were like thunder, wreaking havoc in the sky. At this moment, Jiang Chen was actually on par with Ao Tian. Even Luo Wenhao was slightly shocked. This guy is too terrifying. How is this possible? This guy is actually on par with me? Ao Tian was shocked. Just now, Jiang Chen's Azure Dragon's 5 steps was like ascending to the sky in one step. Moreover, Jiang Chen had already seen through his Azure Dragon goes to sea. Although Jiang Chen could not completely suppress him, he was able to avoid his attack. This crazy attack had bought Luo Wenhao enough time. Luo Shen's sword. Sword shocks the 9 heavens. Luo Wenhao's sword was like a dancing phoenix. The sword light swept across all directions, pressing against Ao Tian. The latter could not resist it at all. He could only give it his all. Both of them exchanged blows in an instant. Ao Tian could not withstand the sharpness of the sword and was instantly forced to retreat. His face was extremely pale. The three figures were constantly intertwining as they rushed towards the fire spirit. At this moment, everyone wanted to obtain the fire spirit. Once they obtained the fire spirit, their combat strength would increase greatly. Moreover, Luo Wenhao and Ao Tian were very clear about how terrifying the fire spirit was. Chapter 2163. Fuck off. You're just a smelly bug. How dare you flaunt in front of me? Luo Wenhao sneered. His 9 revolution sword technique slashed through the void, making it hard for Proud Heaven to do anything. On the other hand, Jiang Chen, who had mastered the great divination art, had already seen through Proud Heaven's every move. Before Ao Tian could make a move, he was already stopped by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had seized the initiative step by step. Ao Tian had completely become the target of the two. He was completely suppressed by Jiang Chen and Luo Wenhao to the point that he had no chance to fight back. Moreover, his aura had also weakened tremendously. I'll go get the fire spirit. Help me stop him, brother Jiang Chen. Luo Wenhao said. Jiang Chen nodded and went after Proud Heaven. Proud Heaven wanted to stop Luo Wenhao, but there was nothing he could do. Fuck off, you brat. The fire spirit is mine. No one can get it. Proud Heaven was enraged. His roar was deafening like thunder. The fire spirit was full of spirituality. It soared into the sky with the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade, heading straight for the 4th floor, the fallen god palace. Bang! The heavenly lightning imperial demon blade smashed through the door of the fallen god palace and shot out. Luo Wenhao followed closely behind. At the same time, Jiang Chen and Proud Heaven also came forward. They retreated as they fought and entered the 4th floor of the fallen god palace. Tiles flew everywhere, and rubble stood in great numbers. The 4th floor of the palace was filled with an ancient charm, and there were skeletons everywhere. However, these skeletons were golden, glistening with brilliance. Even after millions of years had passed, divine light was still resplendent. There were divine weapons scattered everywhere. The light from the divine weapons seemed to have dimmed. However, these golden skeletons still shone faintly. It made people have the urge to worship them. There were dozens of golden skeletons that shone brightly. Jiang Chen felt that it was quite mystical. These people must have been extremely terrifying when they were alive. However, they all died here in the end. The skeletons are shining brightly. They are at least divine king level. Even after forging the divine bones, they still couldn't escape death. Did the fallen god palace really have fallen god kings? Luo Wenhao's words caused Jiang Chen and Ao Tian to tremble. Looks like the 4th level seemed calm, but it was actually even more terrifying. The ground was filled with scabbards and sword holes. It looked like a pool of swords. How could this be? Where did the fire spirit go? Luo Wenhao furrowed his brows. Jiang Chen and Ao Tian also stopped. It seemed that the fire spirit had escaped into it and disappeared. Another bronze throne. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. There was another bronze throne with different patterns. At this moment, Jiang Chen wanted to keep the bronze throne without hesitation. However, a white jade skeleton and a white jade divine sword caught his attention. Ao Tian and Luo Wenhao each took one of the items. Jiang Chen looked at the bronze throne and the bronze throne in front of him. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. The white jade sword was taken by Luo Wenhao, and the white jade skeleton was taken by Ao Tian. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate to keep the bronze throne. The two of them didn't care at all. At this moment, a 39-foot-tall bronze statue of a deity rose from the ground. Its long beard fell to the ground. Its aura was majestic and domineering. Although it was a statue made of bronze, its eyes were vivid as if they could see through all living things. Under the statue, there was a huge divine cauldron. It had 3 legs and 2 handles. One side was engraved with mountains and grass, while the other side was engraved with the sun, moon, and stars. It was also bronze in color. It gave people a feeling that it was all-encompassing. It seemed that this divine cauldron could forge anything. This is? Jiang Chen was shocked. This was the only divine weapon in the entire divine treasure that moved him. Myriad Chi Cauldron. It's her. She finally appeared. Ha ha ha. Ao Tian laughed wildly. The passion in his eyes was indescribable. Myriad Chi Cauldron. It's really the Myriad Chi Cauldron. Luo Wenhao didn't hesitate either. The two of them quickly flew towards the myriad chi cauldron. The huge cauldron was shocking. There was even green smoke rising from the cauldron. Myriad chi cauldron? It seems that this is the real treasure. Jiang Chen smiled. Although the fire spirit was gone, the value of the myriad chi cauldron seemed to be more tempting than the fire spirit. Because the myriad chi cauldron was majestic and magnificent. Even he was tempted. Jiang Chen didn't want to be outdone. The three of them quickly approached the myriad chi cauldron. However, the myriad chi cauldron suddenly shone brightly. The three of them were injured by the strong light. The myriad chi cauldron's domineering aura didn't allow others to approach it. What a domineering cauldron! Luo Wenhao said in a low voice. He looked solemn. It seems that the myriad chi cauldron isn't that easy to get. Jiang Chen also looked solemn. If you want to get the myriad chi cauldron, it all depends on luck. How can an ordinary person be qualified to own the myriad chi cauldron? Ao Tian sneered. However, at this moment, a shadow broke through the sky and arrived. The shadow's strength had reached the late void god realm. Another supreme expert? Jiang Chen was slightly stunned. However, he found out that the person who came was none other than Moling Dongchen. How could his strength be so powerful? Sure enough, you've hidden a lot of your strength. I can't help it. This time, I'm here for the myriad chi cauldron. Moling Dongchen glanced at Jiang Chen and smiled indifferently. His strength was not any weaker than Ao Tian and Luo Wenhao. He might even be stronger than them. Who are you? Ao Tian asked in a deep voice. The situation was getting more and more chaotic. Jiang Chen and Luo Wenhao were in a mess. Jiang Chen didn't seem to know that his teammate was so powerful. It seemed like he was kept in the dark. Mo family. Moling Dongchen. The Mo family of the Eastern Divine Region? Ao Tian said in a deep voice. He never thought that other than the god Luo clan, even the people from the Eastern Divine Region would interfere. Furthermore, it was the powerful Mo clan. Compared to the Ao clan, the Mo clan was only stronger and not weaker. Furthermore, in terms of strength, if the Dragon clan was not included, the Ao clan alone would not be a match for the Mo clan. Even the god Luo clan would have to show some respect. This was the power of the Mo family. Therefore, even Ao Tian and Luo Wenhao looked incomparably solemn. The appearance of the Mo family meant that the changes in the divine tomb were no longer a secret. At least, the three great families of the divine world had received the news. This is really ironic, Jiang Chen said with a bitter smile. He had protected Moling Dongchen all the way here. It seemed like Moling Dongchen's strength was the most terrifying. I'm sorry, brother Jiang Chen. I must get this myriad chi cauldron. I've lied to you before. Please forgive me. However, this is related to the inheritance of the craftsman god. I have to do this. Jiang Chen frowned and said in confusion. Inheritance of the craftsman god. Yes, the inheritance of the craftsman god. I think the other two friends are familiar with it, right? Chapter 2164. The craftsman god was the divine world's supreme artifact refining grandmaster. He died 73 million years ago. However, the craftsman god was arrogant and was unwilling to die. In the end, he set up a divine treasury in the divine tomb. Whoever obtains the fire spirit will obtain the craftsman god's inheritance. Whoever obtains the myriad chi cauldron will be able to refine all living things. Even ghosts and gods will weep. In the past, the craftsman god was a true supreme being of the divine world. Although he only had the strength of a mid-god emperor, no one below the god emperor realm was his opponent. He was known as the world's #1 emperor. Even the god emperor had to respect him. After all, he was the best blacksmith in the world. One could imagine how powerful and respected he was. In the end, the craftsman god met with misfortune. However, no one knew the reason behind it. The craftsman god fell, the god emperor lamented, and the god emperor sighed. However, the craftsman god seized the fortune of heaven and earth to forge the divine treasury. Many god emperors wanted to have a glimpse of the craftsman god's glory. Unfortunately, it was impossible for those above the true gods to enter the divine tomb. Not even a god emperor could do it. The laws of the god's tomb governed the supreme experts of the divine realm. The god's tomb was the final resting place of the dead spirits of the divine realm. Under the heavens, everyone is searching for the craftsman god's inheritance. Finally, at this time, The ancestor of my Mo clan deduced the location of the craftsman god's inheritance. That's why we came here. Moling Dongchen said with a smile. Thank you for informing me. However, I really like this myriad chi cauldron. I'm afraid that this battle is unavoidable. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. Even if he did not hear Moling Dongchen's words, he would not give up. How could he not see the miraculousness of this myriad chi cauldron? Ao Tian and Luo Wenhao's eyes were glowing green. One could imagine. Then let's talk with our strength. Ao Tian, Luo Wenhao, what about you two? The myriad chi cauldron belongs to the virtuous. Does your Mo clan really think that our dragon clan is afraid of you? Ao Tian said arrogantly. Dragon clan? Hee, you can't represent the dragon clan. You're just a branch that betrayed the dragon clan. Ao clan, why would my Mo clan be afraid of you? Moling Dongchen's arrogance soared to the sky. The current him indeed had the capital to be so arrogant. Even Jiang Chen did not expect him to have such a terrifying side. Even that little loach is so arrogant. My Luo god clan naturally can't fall behind. Luo Wenhao's ridicule caused Ao Tian's face to turn ashen. But at this moment, he knew that the battle could start at any time. Because the myriad chi cauldron was worth fighting for with one's life. If he could obtain the myriad chi cauldron, he might even be able to become the future family head. This myriad chi cauldron is mine. Whoever wants to snatch it from me will have to step over my body. Ao Tian gripped his spear tightly as he battled with Jiang Chen. Then I'll take you on. After killing your little brother, you, as his older brother, will still have to accompany him in the netherworld. Jiang Chen said with a smile. That depends on whether you have the strength to do so. An ant like that can't even be mentioned in the same breath as me. Ao Tian's spear shone brightly and spots of cold light surged up. The void was shattered and turned into rays of light, rushing towards Jiang Chen. Great! Jiang Chen shouted in a low voice and charged forward. This battle was unavoidable. Because he also wanted to obtain the myriad chi cauldron. On the other side, Luo Wenhao did not hold back and fought with Moling Dongchen. It was quite intense. Metal clashed and battle chi soared up to the sky. True dragon palm. Jiang Chen's palm covered the sky and pressed down on Ao Tian. Ao Tian quickly retreated. At this moment, his strength had increased again and reached the peak void god realm. At this moment, Jiang Chen had used all his skills. The 5 elements combat dragon seal and the slaughter dragon seal could not pose any threat to Ao Tian. Dragon scale protection. Ao Tian roared furiously. His strength had increased without a doubt. As the most important person in the Ao clan and the person who could enter the divine tomb, it was imaginable that he needed great courage and strength to do so. 3000 Flames Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen unleashed his ultimate killing technique. However, his strength was too weak. A peak 9th grade immortal sovereign versus a peak void god. There was a difference of 3 minor levels between them. Even if Jiang Chen's talent was heaven-defying, he still found it hard to deal with this. After all, Ao Tian was not an ordinary peak void god expert. He was the best among the best. 9 Heavens Dragon Roar. Ao Tian let out a furious roar. His terrifying combat strength instantly crushed Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen quickly retreated with a pale face. Obviously, he had suffered a serious injury. Plus, he had not fully recovered from his previous injuries, which made him at a disadvantage right now. Ao Tian's roar was filled with rage. Sure enough, you have some ability. I can only avoid it temporarily. Jiang Chen quickly retreated. At this moment, he knew that Ao Tian had the intention to kill him. As a true great clan, Ao Tian's trump card was within Luo Wenhao and Moling Dongchen's expectation. However, Jiang Chen was only a 9th grade immortal sovereign. Go to hell! Heaven and earth roar! Roar! Jiang Chen did not want to be outdone. Under the dragon transformation, his strength had increased by 10 times. His strength had reached the middle void god realm. However, under Ao Tian's ferocious attack, he still felt a little tired. If Jiang Chen was at his peak, he might not be afraid of Ao Tian. However, he was injured now. Your dragon transformation is simply nondescript. You've brought shame to our dragon clan. Ao Tian roared furiously. He was fighting with Jiang Chen with his physical body. Both of them were using the most primitive force. No matter if it was Ao Tian's dragon scale protection or Jiang Chen's dragon transformation, They were both shocking to the eyes. After all, the battle between the two of them was a battle of fists and flesh. There was nothing fancy about it. Aotion wanted to use the impact of his body to thoroughly convince Jiang Chen of his loss and shock everyone. To show the dignity of the Dragon Clan. At this moment, Jiang Chen's great divination art had helped him a lot. Every time Aotion attacked, Jiang Chen would be able to predict Aotion's moves. It could be said that he was in an invincible position. The battle between the two of them was very bloody. Jiang Chen was dominating. Compared to Aotion's dragon scale protection, Jiang Chen was even more ferocious. How is this possible? This guy's strength is too terrifying. His body is even stronger than the Dragon Clan's. Who is he? This nondescript dragon transformation is truly abominable. Aotion was extremely furious. However, he could not defeat Jiang Chen in such a short period of time. Instead, he had forced himself into a predicament. I don't have the patience to play with you anymore, Aotion said faintly. However, his face turned cold at this moment. Soaring Dragon Technique. Heavenly Dragon Strike. Aotion unleashed his most terrifying Heavenly Dragon Strike. Jiang Chen held the Heavenly Dragon Sword and slashed down. The cold light was piercing through the 9 regions and 8 wastelands. However, Jiang Chen was still sent flying by Aotion. To think that you're still alive after taking my Heavenly Dragon Strike. Chapter 2165. On the other side, the battle had also reached its climax. Luo Wenhao was being pushed back by Moling Dongchen. His face looked terrible and he might be defeated at any time. You're not my match. Get lost. The folding fan in Moling Dongchen's hand surged. It was comparable to a divine weapon. It was shining brightly and unstoppable. His white robe was untainted by dust. He flew towards Luo Wenhao with a domineering aura. I won't let go even if I die. Luo Wenhao was also unafraid of death because the myriad chi cauldron was too important. It was the only divine weapon of the craftsman god. It could move mountains and fill the sea. It could smelt everything. Who wouldn't be tempted by such an existence that surpassed the heavenly divine weapon? Would they be jealous? Of course, it was impossible for them to enter the divine tomb with their strength alone. They were here to fight for the myriad chi cauldron with the hopes of their families. Once they succeeded, they would be like a dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. Their fate would also undergo a qualitative change. Luo Wenhao glanced at Goddess Luo. As long as he could get the myriad chi cauldron, Goddess Luo would definitely become his woman. But now, his strength was far from enough to get Goddess Luo. It's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Why bother? I don't want to kill anyone. Moling Dongchen let out a sigh. Feather fan and silk scarf. Vanishing oars. Moling Dongchen held the folding fan in his hand and fanned the wind. It was even more powerful than the divine burying flag in Jiang Chen's hand. Because he was too powerful. He was not on the same level as Jiang Chen. The hurricane swept across. Luo Wenhao exerted all his strength to resist the violent waves. But he was still no match for Moling Dongchen. He was blown away by the feather fan and spat out blood. Now it's your turn. Moling Dongchen looked at Aotion. At this moment, Aotion was approaching Jiang Chen. He wanted to take Jiang Chen's life. However, Jiang Chen would not sit still. If he really wanted to escape, no one could catch him. However, if he were to leave just like that, he wouldn't be able to forgive his own heart. In this life, he was destined to move forward with an indomitable will, to challenge the world, to become an invincible supreme expert. Jiang Chen punched out, shaking the heavens and the earth. Proud heaven directly went up to meet it. Jiang Chen was forced back once again, and his face turned ashen. And at this moment, he was finally going to break through. Once a 9th-grade immortal sovereign was crossed, it would be the difference between an immortal and immortal, reaching the heavens with a single step. However, at this moment, Moling Dongchen didn't just watch Aotion attack Jiang Chen. Instead, he went up to Aotion. Get lost. This day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Moling Dongchen's eyes flickered with a cold light. He was ready to kill Aotion. The feather fan was extraordinarily sharp. It was like picking leaves and flowers, sweeping across everything. Even though Aotion had the strength of a peak void god, it was still difficult for him to fight against Moling Dongchen. He staggered backwards with a pale face. You shouldn't have tried to kill him. Moling Dongchen glanced at Jiang Chen and shook his head. Thank you. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. There was still blood at the corner of his mouth. You've saved me before. Moling Dongchen remained calm. He launched another attack towards Ao Tian. After 3 consecutive attacks, Ao Tian was forced to take a few steps back. He had completely lost the initiative. Although Moling Dongchen was a peak late void god like him, Moling Dongchen was too powerful. Moreover, the feather fan in his hand was a heavenly divine tool. Old ancestor, save me. Ao Tian's pupils shrank as he saw Moling Dongchen's killing intent. He didn't have any chance to escape. He screamed and his face turned pale. Mo family's boy, you're so mighty. An old and deep voice reverberated in the fallen god palace. You shouldn't have appeared. Moling Dongchen looked at the shadow in front of Ao Tian and said to Lang Lang. I know. I didn't want to appear either. It's a pity that the myriad chi cauldron is too tempting. The gray-robed elder smiled and shook his head. The appearance of this person made Jiang Chen feel a terrifying pressure. This person's strength could only be described with one word. Unfathomable. Are you sure you want to take action? If that's the case, even a hierarch expert might not be able to protect you. Moling Dongchen continued. I'm willing to make such a contribution to the Ao clan even if I have to die. People should always leave something behind for themselves in this life. And they should leave something behind for the younger generation. Hee. The gray-robed elder smiled and said. What a lunatic. I hope you won't be known by that place. Otherwise, even if you're from the Dragon Clan, you won't have any face. Moling Dongchen sneered. That's not something you need to worry about. I won't take action against you. Get lost. I'm here for the myriad chi cauldron. I won't hesitate even if I have to sacrifice my life. Of course, there's also that kid. He killed the people of my Ao family. He really doesn't know how to write the word death. The gray-robed elder looked at Jiang Chen. When their eyes met, Jiang Chen felt an incomparably strong pressure. It was like a huge mountain was pressing down on his head. However, his eyes were fearless. This was the dignity and vigor of an expert. Even if he had to die, he would die standing. What a domineering brat. You can actually remain calm and collected under my gaze. Interesting. But you've killed the people of the Ao family. So, you still have to die. You can't kill him. Moling Dongchen's face turned gloomy. Whoever stops me shall die. As soon as the gray-robed elder finished his words, the entire fallen god palace became solemn at this moment. You'll have to pay the price for killing me. Jiang Chen said in disdain. Although my strength can only reach the realm of a half-step true god, it's more than enough to kill you. The gray-robed elder turned around and was about to attack Jiang Chen. However, the entire fallen god palace trembled at this moment. Even the myriad chi cauldron was blazing with fire. Apparently, the fire spirit was in it. Not good. The fire spirit seems to have some kind of connection with the myriad chi cauldron. The myriad chi cauldron can even melt the body of a divine emperor or a god emperor. Moling Dongchen's expression changed drastically. He was even more shocked than when he saw the gray-robed elder. The fire spirit is wreaking havoc. It's going to combine with the myriad chi cauldron to forge the 4th floor of the refining god palace. Such an overbearing craftsman god. Such a terrifying myriad chi cauldron. The gray-robed elder took a deep breath and his face turned pale. Hurry up! Once the fire spirit forms an encirclement, the myriad chi in the myriad chi cauldron will come out and turn into a sea of fire. It's even more terrifying than the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Moling Dongchen shouted and glanced at Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen also realized that he was in great danger. The refining god palace really lived up to its name. It really lived up to its name. This was the key to refining one's spirit. Luo Wenhao and Ao Tian left the place quickly with a solemn expression. If they were a step slower, they would be devoured by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. I can't stay here for long. Jiang Chen instantly broke through the sky and tried to escape. However, he was stopped by the gray-robed elder. Boy, it's impossible for you to leave. Ha! You killed my clansman. Today, I'll bury you in this sea of fire. The gray-robed elder sneered. Old ancestor, hurry up and leave. You go first. I'm leaving. This place can't trap me. The gray-robed elder glanced at Ao Tian. Ao Tian, Moling Dongchen, and Luo Wenhao quickly retreated. Jiang Chen's face turned pale. This old bastard wants to kill me here. He's really vicious. Old bastard, are you really going to kill me here? Jiang Chen's words were like pearls and his eyes were cold. Of course. You deserve to die for killing my clansmen. The gray-robed elder glanced at the surrounding fire dragons. They were about to surround him. However, he was able to block the fire dragons alone and completely separated Jiang Chen from here. The surrounding fire dragons were getting fiercer and fiercer. The gray-robed elder did not dare to challenge the power of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Therefore, he must leave quickly. It's a worthy death for you to die here. Ha ha! The divine treasury shall accompany you to the grave. After finishing his words, the gray-robed elder turned around and left. He wanted to jump out of the 4th level of the Refining God Palace. However, he had underestimated the power of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Even he was completely surrounded by it. At this moment, the 4th level of the Refining God Palace had become a place to refine one's spirit. The myriad chi rose up and merged with the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. The entire Refining God Palace turned into a sea of fire. No, no, no! Chapter 2166. Long Shan suddenly turned his head and felt as if his heart was hit hard. Moling Dongchen and the other two escaped from the 4th floor of the Refining God Palace in a panic. Even Moling Dongchen, who was wearing a snow-white robe, had lost his usual elegance. His expression was extremely solemn and his eyes were filled with sorrow. Where's Jiang Chen? Moling Dongchen. Where's Jiang Chen? Where's Jiang Chen? Long Shan asked in a deep voice. Tell me, where's Jiang Chen? Long Shan had a bad premonition. At this moment, the 4th floor of the Refining God Palace had completely collapsed. The flames were soaring to the sky. Even they could feel the blazing flames. Is Jiang Chen trapped in there? Long Shan said in a deep voice. His expression was extremely ferocious. I don't believe it. Long Shan saw Moling Dongchen keeping quiet and immediately flew towards the 4th floor of the Refining God Palace. Moling Dongchen immediately blocked his way. Don't be impulsive, Long Shan. You must stay calm. Moling Dongchen's expression was terrible. However, he had to stop Long Shan. He was already ashamed that he couldn't save Jiang Chen. If Long Shan was trapped in there, how could he face Jiang Chen? Calm down. How can I calm down? I want to see him if he's alive or his corpse if he's dead. I must find him. Long Shan roared and his eyes were red. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus can burn everything. With the help of the myriad chi cauldron, even a god emperor can be refined. What's the difference between you rushing in and seeking your own death? Moling Dongchen shouted in a deep voice. Long Shan's eyes lit up. In the Refining God Palace, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus swept across the heaven and earth. The entire Refining God Palace was completely melted. Save me, I can't die. The gray-robed elder's face was extremely ugly. He never imagined that the Red Lotus karmic flames could even incinerate one of his avatars. In the divine world, his original body had also been incinerated by the Red Lotus karmic flames. In other words, if his avatar was destroyed, not only would his body be injured, but he would also be incinerated by the Red Lotus karmic flames. In this world, regardless of whether it was his flesh or soul, everything would be incinerated. Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. Jiang Chen stared at the gray-robed elder and sneered. However, Jiang Chen was completely unharmed in the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. This was because he was surrounded by the Zulong Tower and the gray-robed elder could not see him. Why are you all right? Why? Save me, I can bring you supreme glory. I can let you become a distinguished guest of the Dragon Clan. I beg you, save me. The gray-robed elder knelt in front of Jiang Chen. Fear was written all over his old face. His eyes were even dimmed. His body was completely incinerated by the raging fire. The painful wails coming from his body were even more frightening. However, Jiang Chen was still unmoved. If I save him, who will save me? He would never be merciful to his enemies. When you wanted to kill me, did you ever think that you would end up like this? Jiang Chen sneered and said. Looking at the gray-robed elder being incinerated in fear, his face became extremely solemn. A powerhouse of the divine world had fallen just like that. The entire Ao clan was extremely shocked. That was because the gray-robed old man was merely a clone. However, he had implicated the main body of the Ao clan. He had been incinerated and turned into ashes. His soul had dispersed, and his body had perished. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus is too powerful. Even in the Zulong Tower, I can still feel the scorching heat. It's monstrous. Jiang Chen couldn't help but say. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus is the most powerful flame in the world, but it still couldn't break through the defense of the Zulong Tower. Ha ha ha. Although Jiang Chen was also being burned, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus could do nothing to him. On the contrary, Jiang Chen placed the 12 fire god guards into the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. The 12 fire god guards' strength instantly skyrocketed and all of them reached the peak void god realm. 12 peak void god fire god guards were enough to sweep across the divine tomb. Great, great. Jiang Chen was extremely happy. Although he didn't know when the karmic fire of the Red Lotus would burn, at least the 12 fire god guards had completed their transformation. Now, any fire god guard could stop Aotion. With the 12 fire god guards by his side, who could do anything to him? Ha! What a mystical pagoda! Even the karmic fire of the Red Lotus and the myriad chi cauldron couldn't melt it. A surprised voice was heard. Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and looked straight ahead. A middle-aged man in a dark green robe was walking in the air amidst the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. This made Jiang Chen gasp in astonishment. The middle-aged man's expression was solemn. He had sharp eyes and a dignified appearance. He stared at the Zulong Tower for a while and was extremely shocked. Great! What a great pagoda! It's comparable to the myriad chi cauldron. The middle-aged man suddenly shone with divine light. It was as if he could see through the Zulong Tower. He looked straight at Jiang Chen and said with a faint smile, "The people in the pagoda are too weak." Haha, little guy, you are a person with great luck. I was going to kill all of you, but it's a pity that you escaped. You can see me? Jiang Chen took a deep breath and talked to the middle-aged man directly. The gray-robed elder could see him just now on purpose. Moreover, he had been sucked into the myriad chi cauldron. Not even the myriad chi cauldron could refine him. However, this middle-aged man could see through him with just a glance. Moreover, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus did not seem to be able to attack him at all, even though it was beside him. Haha, although this pagoda is mystical, it's not difficult for me to see you. You can escape from the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Not simple, not simple. In the past, even the emperor gods didn't dare to fight with my karmic fire of the Red Lotus. The middle-aged man let out a relaxed smile, and his eyes became amiable. You are the craftsman god? Jiang Chen's heart was in turmoil. Although it was a bold idea, he had to admit that a person with such strength couldn't be an ordinary person. He could see through him in the Zulong Tower and ignore the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Who could achieve such monstrous power? You have good eyes. If it wasn't for this pagoda, you might have been killed by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. You've piqued my interest. Tell me, where did this pagoda come from? It's really the craftsman god. Jiang Chen's face was solemn. It seemed that he had met the real owner of this divine treasury. It's hard to tell. This pagoda is my secret. My only secret. If you ask me anything else, I will tell you. Jiang Chen was neither humble nor overbearing as he said faintly, "Kid, you're not afraid of me? You're the first one who dares to refuse even my words. In the past, even the emperor gods had to bow down to me." The craftsman god squinted his eyes and said Lang Lang. Chapter 2167. Jiang Chen's words instantly enraged the craftsman god. Instantly, Jiang Chen felt an incomparably terrifying haze enveloping him, as though he was suffocating. However, he knew that within the Zulong Tower, the craftsman god would not be able to hurt him. Looks like you're really not afraid of me. The craftsman god smiled bitterly. His monstrous aura receded like the tide. His face revealed a trace of bitterness. I, Jiang Chen, have never respected the heavens, never feared the gods. I only believe in myself. His words were domineering. At that moment, the craftsman god's eyes glowed with brilliance. Ha 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 ha, what a good disrespecting the heavens, never feared the gods. Good lad. You're to my liking. Guts. Domineering. The path of cultivation is to steal the yin and yang of heaven and earth, to seize the cycle of life and death. What you need to do is to advance courageously, to kill without equal, to disrespect the gods, ghosts, heaven and earth, to be unafraid of powerful overlords. Only then will you have the chance to tread on the path of an overlord. Senior, you're overpraising me. Right now, in your eyes, I'm just an ant. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. Although he was ambitious, it did not mean that he was arrogant. He had long heard about the greatness of the craftsman god from Moling Dongchen. A great man of an era, a peerless legend of the heaven and earth, was worthy of his respect. Daring to love and hate, humble and respectful, overbearing and reasonable. Good lad. I'm liking you more and more. I've been conceited my entire life, but I'm quite accurate in judging people. The craftsman god murmured. I initially wanted to destroy the divine treasury, to lure him out. Unfortunately, I failed on the verge of success. Millions of years have passed, and he has successfully walked on the path of an overlord that belongs to him. Hee. The craftsman god smiled miserably, ridiculing himself. What do you mean by that, senior? Jiang Chen seemed to see a trace of sadness and even despair in the craftsman god's eyes. In the end, he was dispirited, hurt, and heartbroken. Actually, I want to groom you to be my successor, but I'm afraid that you will die without a burial. The craftsman god said hesitantly. Craftsman god is humble. Please speak your mind. The craftsman god admired and liked Jiang Chen's straightforwardness. However, his heart was aching more and more because of this. Tens of millions of years have passed. Perhaps some things should be sealed away. But I can't accept it. I can't accept it. At this moment, the craftsman god did not look like a peerless expert at all. Instead, he looked like a lonely old man who was injured. His eyes were filled with disappointment. I've been proud and glorious all my life. My forging techniques are unparalleled in the world, and everyone knows about them. I once befriended another master artificer. The two of us had similar interests and felt like old friends at first sight. We became sworn brothers and didn't hide anything from each other, exchanging our experiences. However, a man's heart is not content, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. I neglected this point. He originally had a certain goal in mind when he came into contact with me, but one day, he actually wanted to kill me. All for the sake of seizing the myriad chi cauldron in my hands. In the end, I was heavily injured by him. Helplessly, I died and completely fell. In the end, I became a strand of remnant soul in the divine tomb. The craftsman god's words were concise. However, from his words, Jiang Chen could feel his sorrow and pain. He was even surrounded by danger. A lifetime of glory was buried in the hands of the person he trusted the most. That kind of sorrow, how painful, how sad. The craftsman god was a little silent. That kind of pain, that kind of hatred, even after tens of millions of years had passed, it was still difficult to diminish. The most unforgettable thing in the ancient times, the most disdainful thing was kinship. The current him, perhaps he has already completed his path of being an overlord. Back then, I already saw his extraordinary talent. However, it's a pity that some people can never be kind. That's why I said that I originally wanted to destroy this divine tomb. However, I met you. You let me see my younger self. Arrogant and proud, unexcelled in the world. Even if the world was prosperous, how could it be peaceful? If you are too rigid, you will break easily. You will live a better life, and your aura will become even more majestic. However, don't be too conceited. Otherwise, you'll end up like me, miserable and miserable. A lifetime of glory will become a lifetime of sorrow. Thank you, craftsman god, for your humble teachings. Jiang Chen clasped his hands together and said with a trace of sincerity and humility, I wish to pass this myriad chi cauldron and my forging techniques to you. I only ask that you take revenge for me. However, this path was simply too difficult. In fact, one could lose their life at any time. Asking you, a person who has not even reached the true god realm, to find an expert who might have broken through to the emperor realm to compete with you is too much. The craftsman god shook his head. He felt that his thoughts were a fantasy. The heavens will not disappoint those who work hard. Those who have a will succeed. Jiang Chen said with a stern expression. Well said. I didn't misjudge you. Since that's the case, I will pass you the craftsman god's chart. This is the one and only forging technique in the divine world. Together with the myriad chi cauldron and the karmic fire of the red lotus, it can refine anything and forge a peerless divine weapon. Thank you, master, Jiang Chen said with a stern expression. The word master caused the craftsman god to tremble. He shook his head and said, when you're able to kill him, you can call me master again. This disciple will keep that in mind. All right, I'll explain to you. Divine weapons are divided into pseudo-divine weapons, heavenly divine weapons, primordial divine weapons and primordial divine weapons. As for the real peerless weapons, it's this myriad chi cauldron. Let's call it a chaotic sacred weapon. I think this pagoda of yours might also be a peerless weapon. Chaotic sacred weapon? Jiang Chen was shocked. He knew that the Zulong Tower was terrifying, but he did not expect the Zulong Tower to be comparable to a chaotic sacred weapon. This made Jiang Chen extremely excited. But it seems like it's not perfect enough. It can't be called a chaotic sacred weapon yet. The craftsman god's words made Jiang Chen become listless. Senior craftsman god, can you not be so short? You made me happy for nothing. Jiang Chen said with a bitter smile. Haha, you little fella. You're quite interesting. Now, I'll teach you the art of forging. Refining weapons was definitely not an easy task, especially when it came to refining real divine weapons. First of all, the materials had to be top-notch divine objects. Get rid of the impurities and extract the essence. Finally, integrate it into the myriad chi cauldron and refine it over and over again. Only then could a real divine weapon be created. Moreover, every divine weapon was priceless. In the divine world, there were not many masters who could forge divine weapons. True blacksmiths were all treated as esteemed guests by the various clans. They were given high positions and boundless cultivation resources. Once one became a blacksmith, he would have hundreds of followers. In the divine world, not every heavenly god expert could own a heavenly god tool. It was already extremely heaven-defying to be able to obtain a divine weapon. Forging a divine weapon was heaven-defying. Every primordial divine weapon would attract a lightning tribulation to the world. Forging a divine weapon was not as simple as people thought. Furthermore, forging a divine weapon requires a strict control over the flames. Jiang Chen listened attentively to the craftsman god's teachings. Although these 5 flames are not as good as the karmic fire of the red lotus, they are considered as the real peerless true fire. Jiang Chen extended his hand. The 5 elemental true fire instantly rose from his hand. Chapter 2168. Good lad. Ha! I never expected you to have this skill. With these 5 types of true fire, you don't need to use the karmic fire of the red lotus anymore. You can only use it to refine an essence divine tool or above. Moreover, you can't use the karmic fire of the red lotus before you're strong enough to protect yourself. Once the karmic fire of the red lotus appears, it will definitely cause a great commotion. At that time, that person will also appear. I understand, Jiang Chen said. All right. I will teach you how to choose the materials, quench and forge weapons now. The craftsman god continued to explain to Jiang Chen. Don't stop me. I must find Jiang Chen. Long Shersan's eyes flickered as he stared at Moling Dongchen. At this moment, even if a divine king was here, he would not be able to stop him from moving forward. Long Shersan, calm down. If Jiang Chen was here, he would not let you die like this. Luo Wenhao said in a deep voice. Long Shersan, you should know how terrifying that place is. Once you go in, you will definitely die. The karmic fire of the red lotus is not something that a human body can withstand. Moling Dongchen tried to dissuade Long Shersan again and again. The two of them did not want him to do anything stupid. Even if I die, I must find him. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Because he's my brother. Long Shersan's words made Moling Dongchen and Luo Wenhao silent. The phrase, he's my brother, made everyone at the scene speechless. They felt gratified for Jiang Chen. With such a brother, what more could they ask for? The two of them did not stop Long Shersan anymore because they knew that they could only stop him for a while, but not forever. Knowing that there's a tiger in the mountain, he still chose to go there. Knowing that he's going to die, but he still did not turn back. Who would not admire such a brother? I don't know if he's really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. Luo Wenhao murmured. He was speechless because he knew that he couldn't stop Long Shersan. Perhaps this is fate, Goddess Luo whispered. When she looked at the fourth level of the refining god palace, she actually felt a tinge of pity. Jiang Chen was unparalleled in the world, but he was trapped in the refining god palace forever. Long Shan charged towards the fourth level of the refining god palace without hesitation. At this moment, another black-robed figure appeared beside Ao Tian with a cold expression. Old ancestor has gone. We must get the myriad chi cauldron. We must do this even if we are discovered. This is the only opportunity for our Ao clan to rise. The black-robed elder's words shocked everyone present. Even their ancestor was trapped inside and his strength was close to that of a true god. It seemed that the karmic fire of the Red Lotus could burn everything in its path. Even the ancestor of the Ao family was devoured by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus? Moling Dongchen took a deep breath. He thought that the old ancestor of the Ao clan would be able to escape, and the one here was just a clone. He never expected that even a clone could be burned by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Even the original body could not escape. Everyone was terrified of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. This Long Shan is really a dead end. Even 9 bulls can't pull him back. At this moment, even Ling Tianba, who was defeated by Long Shan, could not help but sigh. I can only say that he values his brotherhood too much. As long as he doesn't see Jiang Chen's corpse, he will not believe it. Unfortunately, this is the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Even a god emperor is afraid of the true fire of the heavens and earth. Luo Wenhao murmured. Everyone was waiting for the karmic fire of the Red Lotus to extinguish completely. At that moment, they would fight for the myriad chi cauldron again. At that time, the myriad chi cauldron and the fire spirit would not have such great power anymore. The refining god palace was indeed a place to refine all true gods. Anyone who entered would be turned into ashes. Jiang Chen, you son of a BTCH, come out. Long Shan roared continuously. The moment he jumped into the fourth level of the refining god palace, he felt a burning sensation. Although the feeling was strong and uncomfortable, he did not refine it. Even Long Shan felt a little strange about it. Damn it. It's not an ordinary flame. Why am I fine? Long Shan mumbled and began to search for Jiang Chen's traces in the refining god palace. He shouted loudly but no one responded. He did not believe it. He did not believe that Jiang Chen would die just like that. If he was dead, he would not see his corpse. As long as he did not see Jiang Chen, he would not give up. Long Shan felt that his heart was filled with anger. Although the karmic fire of the Red Lotus did not burn him, he was in extreme pain. As time passed, all the flames burned him to the point where it was difficult for him to even walk. Cough cough, cough cough. Long Shan searched the entire refining god palace but he could not find Jiang Chen. At this moment, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus in his body burst out. The fire was burning his eyes. At this moment, Long Shan was in extreme pain. He fell to the ground and rolled around. His eyes were burned by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus and gradually became blurry. His sight gradually lost its brightness. In the karmic fire of the Red Lotus, Long Shan walked with difficulty. He could only feel the stones to cross the river. He could not find any trace of Jiang Chen. My eyes, my eyes! Long Shan roared like thunder as he waved his iron rod. However, the burning of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus became more and more severe. His eyes were completely burned by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. He could not see any light anymore. Long Shan rubbed his eyes. At this moment, he felt like he was being burned by the fire. It was so painful that he wanted to die. He felt like he was going to be devoured by the fire. Starting from his eyes, his entire head felt like it was going to explode. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus caused severe damage to Long Shan's body. However, his eyes were the worst. He had become a real blind man. He could not see anything around him. I don't believe it. My eyes. I'm a natural stone monkey. Water and fire cannot harm me. Who can do anything to me? Long Shan pointed his iron rod to the sky. His voice was like a great bell. In an instant, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus in Long Shan's eyes became stronger than before. Long Shan's eyes suddenly opened. At this moment, Long Shan could finally see the things in front of him clearly. However, there was nothing else. There was only fire. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Long Shan ran out of the refining god palace. He was naked and his clothes were burned to ashes. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. There was actually someone who could escape from the karmic fire of the Red Lotus? Long San covered his eyes with his hands. All he could see was the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. He actually survived? Chapter 2169. Luo Wenhao murmured as he looked at Long San from afar. At this moment, his heart was filled with shock because Long San's strength was far beyond his imagination. No one had expected that Long San could walk out from the refining god palace. Even though he looked miserable, he still survived. It's unbelievable. These two fellas are so unbelievable. Moling Dongchen's face was solemn. Although everyone could not believe the scene in front of them, it was real and real. Draconic San was indeed still alive. Although he looked to be in a sorry state, it was undeniable that this fellow was terrifying. Everyone knew how terrifying the karmic fire of the Red Lotus was. Long San was the first person in the world to be able to resist the burning of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Since he's Jiang Chen's accomplice, even if he survived, he must die. The black-robed elder's eyes flashed with cold light. His killing intent was revealed. To him, killing Long San was his biggest mission. His clansmen were killed by Jiang Chen. He must get revenge. Old ancestor, kill him. This fella is Jiang Chen's accomplice. We must not let him live. Ao Tian's face turned gloomy. He hated Jiang Chen to the core. Along with Jiang Chen's death, this hatred was unleashed on Long San. Don't worry. He won't be able to escape from my palm. The black-robed elder said indifferently. He was calm and confident. He didn't need to go all out to deal with an early void god. My eyes. My eyes. Long San fell on the ground and rolled on the ground. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. It was his first time experiencing such pain in his life. It was as if his eyes were going to be peeled off. Long San covered his eyes tightly. He might die from the pain at any time. He's just trash. Even if he escaped from the karmic fire of the Red Lotus, he's still trash. The black-robed elder went straight towards Long San. Using fulgurating shadows, he arrived at Long San in an instant. His thunderous palm wind roared and shook the heavens and earth. Even Moling Dongchen couldn't react in time. Moreover, this black-robed elder was much stronger than them. Although this elder was just a shadow, his actual strength was probably at the heavenly god realm or even divine king realm. He must not be underestimated. His strength was infinitely close to that of a true god, but the true god realm was a threshold that he could not surpass. Long San's body suddenly shook and a burst of flames burst out from his body. It was the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Although it was not big, it was still quite terrifying. No one dared to face the karmic fire of the Red Lotus directly. What a strange kid. The more it's like this, the more I want to kill you to prevent future troubles. The black-robed elder dashed forward again. But at this moment, Long San suddenly raised his head and let out a thunderous roar. Long San instantly opened his eyes. Two dazzling flames burst out from his eyes and aimed at the black-robed elder. The black-robed elder let out a miserable shriek and retreated rapidly. His whole body was burned by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. No one had expected that Long San would have such a terrifying technique at this moment. With just a divine light, the black-robed elder was surrounded by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus and burned. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear. Because at this moment, Long San's eyes were filled with flames. In his eyes, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus was dancing. It was like a pair of eyes that could see through all the evils in the world. That kind of gaze was terrifying. With just a gaze, the black-robed elder lost all his combat strength and was burned by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. No, I can't die. I can't die. I beg you, don't kill me. The black-robed elder's shriek was exactly the same as the old ancestor of the Ao clan. In the karmic fire of the Red Lotus, even a shadow of their will could be burned. Even their real bodies could not escape from the fate of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Who wouldn't be afraid of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus? Long San's expression was solemn as he let out a roar. His domineering aura soared through the sky. No one dared to look at his eyes. No one dared to experience the burning of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. The golden light was dazzling. Everywhere that the divine light passed through, nothing could be left alive. Golden fiery eyes. Ha!
golden fiery eyes. Longshan laughed madly.
His heart was filled with an incomparably violent will, as if the karmic fire of the Red Lotus had corroded his mind. But at this moment, who dared to speak?
A peak void god expert was killed with just a gaze.
Longshan had obtained a great opportunity in the burning fire. This was something that no one else could compare to. Even if someone told them that they might not die after entering the karmic fire of the Red Lotus, who would dare to do it? This was a kind of persistence. It was also a kind of deep love for one's brother. Only Longshan dared to do it. Hence, he was not burned by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Instead, he obtained a great opportunity.
Golden fiery eyes. The current Longshan's eyes were like torches.
They were more terrifying than any divine weapon.
The karmic fire of the Red Lotus spurted out wherever it passed through. You die. I will use your blood to pay tribute to my brother. Dragon Shan roared and took a step forward. His aura was like that of a bull, causing the late void god Aotion to lose his ability to fight. Aotion was stunned and didn't know what to do. Jiang Chen's death has nothing to do with me, Aotion said with a bitter smile.
His roar was ear-piercing and extremely sorrowful.
However, Longshan's attack had already reached him. His golden fiery eyes could see through everything. Aotion did not have any chance to fight back and was burned by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling that they were in danger. The two of you must die too. Longshan's anger could not be stopped. Bing Chan and Ling Tianba had helped Aotion before. How could Longshan dispel the hatred in his heart? We are innocent. Don't kill us. Longshan, let's talk this out. Ling Tianba's countenance changed. After seeing the black-robed elder and Aotion's ending, his heart had completely collapsed. This fella's methods were extremely cruel. However, he was too powerful. Luo Wenhao and Moling Dongchen were stunned. At this moment, even if they were to take action, the outcome would not change. Bing Chan's pretty face was extremely pale. A deathly aura had completely shrouded her. Longshan was not a kind person. Don't kill me. I'm willing to be your slave. I beg you, Longshan. I, Bing Chan, am willing to be your slave. Please let me go. Bing Chan, who was a great beauty, also showed timidity in the face of death. Because the death of Aotion and the black-robed elder had shocked her too much. Chapter 2170. When you besieged me and little Chenzi, did you ever think of letting us go? Longshan sneered. Two fiery lights soared up to the sky and swept across Bing Chan and Ling Tianba. The two of them wanted to resist, but it was useless. The power of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus was unstoppable. Now, only Goddess Luo, Luo Wenhao and Moling Dongchen were left. Longshan looked at the three of them and turned around, rushing out of the underground god's treasury. His eyes are so scary. I don't want to see this guy again in my life. Although Luo Wenhao was a genius of the god Luo clan, he felt that he was weak in front of Longshan. Moreover, he was only an early void god now. How powerful would he be when he grows up? He's really scary. However, I feel that although his eyes have the terrifying golden eyes, fiery eyes, his mind seems to be greatly affected. Moling Dongchen said in a low voice. I hope what you said is reasonable. However, if this guy has the chance to enter the divine world in the future, he will definitely set off a bloodbath. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus and the golden eyes, fiery eyes. No matter which one it is, he will definitely attract the attention of the divine world. Goddess Luo said faintly. Now, there were only the three of them left in the divine tomb. Zhan Lingyun was also killed by the black-robed elder. The three of them were greatly shocked. At this moment, it seemed that waiting for the myriad chi cauldron here was not worth mentioning. 20 days had passed and the karmic fire of the Red Lotus in the 4th floor of the refining god palace still showed no signs of extinguishing. The three of them could only choose to run away. Inside the myriad chi cauldron, Jiang Chen was in the ancestral dragon pagoda. He had finally mastered the craftsman god's chart. The current Jiang Chen could easily forge a divine tool, but its grade was not too high. He could only forge a mid-grade divine tool. Even so, a mid-grade divine tool was very attractive to ordinary heavenly gods. Most importantly, the materials needed to forge a god artifact were extremely rare.
If one wanted to forge a decent god artifact, the terrifying amount of materials needed was enough to make one speechless. During this period of time, Jiang Chen had been in the ancestral dragon pagoda for more than a year. The flow of time in the ancestral dragon pagoda was much slower now. Therefore, he had enough time to train his skills and the experience of forging a divine tool. The craftsman god was shocked by Jiang Chen's talent. To be able to forge a divine tool in just a year's time, he was practically gifted by the heavens. Kid, I never expected you to be so terrifying. I used 10 years to control the fire, another 10 years to smelt, and the last 10 years to forge a tool. You, on the other hand, could forge a divine tool in just a year's time. You're really monstrous. However, this is also related to your control over the fire. Back then, I did not have the comic fire spirit of the Red Lotus, such a terrifying supreme flame. The craftsman god said solemnly. He was quite satisfied with this disciple of his. It seemed that if he could grow stronger one day, he might be able to take his revenge. It's all thanks to Senior's teaching. Ha ha. It's a pity that there are no more materials for me to forge now. Otherwise, I'll definitely be able to forge a heavenly divine tool. Jiang Chen said confidently. Do you really think that a heavenly divine tool is easy to forge? Although it won't trigger the 8-direction lightning tribulation, once you forge a heavenly divine tool, it'll be enough to make you suffer. Moreover, remember, a true master of tool forging is able to forge a divine weapon with a soul. The heavenly lightning imperial demon blade has a trace of a tool soul, but it was devoured by the fire spirit. Therefore, the grade of the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade can be considered as the highest grade of heavenly divine tool. However, its materials are not the highest grade. Otherwise, with the fire spirit as the tool soul, it's not impossible for it to reach the peak of primordial divine tool. Supreme grade heavenly divine tool? It sounded very powerful. Then what about my heavenly dragon sword? Jiang Chen took out the heavenly dragon sword. At that moment, even the craftsman god was moved. He stared at the heavenly dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand. Good sword, good sword. It's a pity that the material of the sword is too ordinary. Even after being tempered by the lightning tribulation, it's still hard to reach the peak. This is a dragon soul? Your heavenly dragon sword. The sword soul is a dragon. Such a powerful sword soul. How did you get it? The craftsman god said in shock. If it was someone else, they would have been scared out of their wits. Even the craftsman god, who was used to seeing divine tools in the world, revealed a trace of astonishment. I don't know either. But this heavenly dragon sword has been with me for my entire life. Jiang Chen thought in his heart. It's most likely related to the dragon transformation skill that he was cultivating. His dragon chi spread across 108,000 streams, refining the heavenly dragon sword into a dragon soul. This dragon soul is too domineering. If I can reforge the heavenly dragon sword, I'm afraid this sword will be the strongest sword in the world. Also, this dragon soul seems to have a familiar feeling. The craftsman god murmured. He wanted to say something but stopped. His eyes were filled with radiance. I want to reforge the heavenly dragon sword for you. The craftsman god's words made Jiang Chen stunned. His heart was in ecstasy. The heavenly dragon sword was indeed not any weaker than any divine weapon. But at this moment, he finally understood that a peerless divine tool has its own soul. And the sword soul of his heavenly dragon sword was an incomparably terrifying dragon soul. Unfortunately, the body of the heavenly dragon sword was still too weak in the eyes of the craftsman god. Then I'll have to trouble senior craftsman god. Fire spirit, this time I might have to destroy your dwelling. From now on, you shall enter the myriad chi cauldron. The craftsman god touched the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade in his hand and said in a low voice. Watch carefully. This time, I will reforge all the divine weapons in the entire divine treasury, including the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade. Finally, I will reforge the heavenly dragon sword for you. What grade it can reach will depend on your luck. After the craftsman god finished speaking, he held the myriad chi cauldron in his hand. In an instant, the myriad chi cauldron became the size of a palm. All the divine weapons in the 4 floors of the palace gathered into the myriad chi cauldron at this moment. All the divine weapons turned into ashes in an instant. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus burned everything. At this moment, tens of thousands of divine weapons were melted into one. Extract the essence and discard the impurities. This is the most important step in refining the spirit. It's also the most difficult step. The craftsman god said as he held the myriad chi cauldron in his hand and focused on refining the weapon. Chapter 2171. Heavenly Dragon Sword, come! The craftsman god shouted and threw the heavenly dragon sword into the myriad chi cauldron. In an instant, a deafening roar of a dragon was heard. The roar of the dragon was incomparably violent. Even Jiang Chen was a little shocked. Such a huge movement was really terrifying. He felt as if the surroundings were trembling and the entire underground divine treasury seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Countless golden lights constantly gathered on the heavenly dragon sword. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. At this moment, he could clearly feel that the heavenly dragon sword was constantly strengthening itself, absorbing the spirits of thousands of divine weapons and treasures and gathering them on its body. At this moment, the heavenly dragon sword was like the ancestor of all weapons, standing proudly in the myriad chi cauldron, majestic and awe-inspiring. As time passed, the heavenly dragon sword was subtly changing. Jiang Chen stared at the heavenly dragon sword, and the joy in his eyes was getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, Jiang Chen did not know that above the 9 heavens, in the divine screen, thunders were moving in all directions. The thunders were rolling and shrouding Mount Maitreya. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, there was a surge of thunder and lightning. No one knew what was happening in Mount Maitreya at this moment. Why would there be such a huge formation? The horrifying thunderclouds within 1,000 miles were all gathered here, forming an uncontrollable change. Everyone in the vicinity of Mount Maitreya was incomparably shocked at this moment. Why is there such a huge movement? Is something big going to happen in Mount Maitreya? I don't know. Seems like it. Previously in the divine tomb, there was no such huge change. I guess there must be a great treasure being born. Ha 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 ha. This time I'm finally here. This Mount Meru is really an auspicious place. Auspicious place? Hee hee, you really don't know how many people have died in this place. At that time, there were mountains of corpses. Yeah, I still have a lingering fear until now. It's really too scary. It was said that no one who entered Mount Maitreya came out alive. There's one, but I don't know where that guy went. He's pretty scary. Everywhere he goes, not even a blade of grass grows. He has a mouth of thunder, a face of evil, and a pair of fiery eyes. Who knows how many people he's forced back with a single shout. More and more people started to gather at the foot of Mount Meru. Yexing Yunwang, Amo Kihan, Lu Dong, Zhang Xinxin and the others also rushed over. Their group had grown to about 5,000 people, but they were insignificant in the presence of dozens of experts on Mount Meru. So many powerful beings. This is simply too frightening. Seems like there's definitely going to be a great treasure appearing in Mount Meru. Amo Kihan said in a low voice. His face was extremely solemn. Their plan now was to find Jiang Chen, their boss. Boss Jiang Chen arrived before us. He should be here now. However, we don't know how he is doing. Zhang Xinxin said worriedly. During this period of time, she had been worried about Jiang Chen. Are you looking for Jiang Chen? Someone looked at Zhang Xinxin and the others and asked. Yeah. Do you know where young Master Jiang Chen went? Zhang Xinxin looked at the person in front of her and asked nervously. Not long ago, he entered Mount Meru. Now, we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yeah. I heard that none of those who entered Mount Meru came out alive. It's the same for Tianlan Peak and Tianzhu Peak. No one was spared. I heard that it was such a tragic scene. Who knows how many people died? Even those early Void God Realm experts did not dare to step into that place. Zhang Xinxin staggered after hearing that. Her face was filled with sorrow. Could it be that young Master Jiang Chen really died in Mount Meru? She couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe that Jiang Chen would die so easily. This must not be true. Zhang Xinxin kept shaking her head. I don't believe it either. Boss Jiang Chen's skills are heaven-defying. Even though he's only a 9th-grade immortal sovereign, he was able to defeat Void God experts. He won't fall so easily. Yexing Yunwang said faintly. Do you think we want to believe this? Young Master Jiang Chen saved our lives. 40,000 9th-grade immortal sovereigns died. If it wasn't for him, the 60,000 9th-grade immortal sovereigns and Void God experts that were here would have been killed. That's the life and death of 100,000 people. Young Master Jiang Chen has saved our lives by himself. We're willing to sacrifice our lives for him. Yeah. If young Master Jiang Chen is still alive, we'll definitely recommend him to be our boss. Countless people agreed with him. But the most important question now was whether Jiang Chen was dead or not. No one knew. None of those who entered the divine treasury had come out alive until now. Jiang Xinxin's expression was extremely solemn. It was hard to determine whether Jiang Chen was dead or alive. How could she be at ease? No one knows the result until the last moment. Now that Mount Meru is still here, we have reason to believe that boss Jiang Chen is still here. Moreover, the situation in Mount Meru is changing. Looks like there's going to be a great treasure appearing. Now that there's nearly 300,000 cultivators gathered here, I'm afraid something big is going to happen. Lu Dong's face was also solemn. They knew about Jiang Chen's strength. Whether Jiang Chen could come out from Mount Meru depended on his luck. This Mount Meru seems to be surrounded by thunderclouds. Don't tell me a peerless heavenly lightning is going to strike? If that's the case, we'll have to avoid it. Amo Kahan said in a deep voice. No one knew what would happen to Mount Meru. The thunderclouds were rolling and the aura was monstrous. However, no one dared to step into the divine treasury. On the western road, a terrifying divine soul army was coming, covering the sun and the sky. On the southern road, it was also dark. The divine soul of a divine emperor expert led the divine souls from all directions to gather at Mount Meru. Ha! This is awesome. Hundreds of thousands of human blood. I can't wait anymore. The divine emperor expert, Gongju Mu, laughed wildly. His eyes were filled with a piercingly cold divine light. His strength was already unparalleled. At least in the divine tomb, there were very few people who could rival him. Don't be happy too early. We, the 12 polar evils, want a share of the loot. Another divine soul expert who had reached the late void god realm, Xueqi, who sneered. The 12 of them were all peak hierarch realm experts when they were alive. Even Gongyang Juimu might not dare to fight against them. Chapter 2172. Ha ha ha. 12 Extreme Evils. The Overlord of the Central Region. I, Gongyang Juimu, will not be stupid enough to make things difficult for my brothers. Let's use our own abilities and take what we need. How about it? I don't think anyone here can fight against us. Gongyang Juimu said with a smile. A hint of coldness could be seen at the corner of his mouth. In the divine tomb, there was almost no one who could reach the late void god realm. To be able to reach the middle void god realm, one must have great abilities and heaven-defying luck to be able to fight against a group of heroes alone. All right, it's a deal. I hope that Brother Gongyang will not make things difficult for us at that time. Xueqi, who looked at Gongyang Juimu. Although he was not Gongyang Juimu's opponent, with the help of his 12 brothers, they would definitely be able to fight against Gongyang Juimu. Moreover, both of them had 50,000 divine soul experts each. This time, they were going to wipe out all the human experts in Mount Meru and kill them all. Haha. Such a crazy side. Looks like we're going to start a massacre again. I can't help but sigh. Ba. I used to believe in that old man Buddha. Good. Ha. Gongyang Juimu sneered. His eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. He turned into a ray of light and flew towards Mount Meru. On the other hand, Xueqi, who also waved his hand and brought a dozen of his brothers towards Mount Meru at full speed. In the refining god palace, the ancestor of all weapons, the heavenly dragon sword had finally gathered the essence of all weapons and was forged by the craftsman god. The new heavenly dragon sword was filled with boundless dragon chi and great momentum. With a single swing of the sword, thousands of swords were broken. Such a domineering heavenly dragon sword. Ha! Jiang Chen said with a wild laugh. Looking at the heavenly dragon sword in the craftsman god's hand, he was extremely excited. The current grade of the heavenly dragon sword was something that even he did not dare to guess. However, looking at the situation, it seemed to be more powerful than the heavenly lightning imperial demon blade. More importantly, he could feel the existence of the sword spirit. The sword spirit had been refined by the karmic fire of the red lotus. However, even the red lotus hellfire could not do anything to the dragon soul. If the sky dragon sword's subjective consciousness was not controlled by Jiang Chen, the dragon soul would definitely fight back after being tempered by the red lotus hellfire. However, in the cauldron of myriad qi, the sky dragon sword seemed to have become listless. At least the cauldron of myriad qi was quite terrifying. Is it done? Jiang Chen murmured. One last step, spirit tempering, sharpening. The craftsman god said in an incomparably solemn tone. He raised his head and cast a glance at the entire Mount Meru. Perhaps, the entire Mount Meru would be annihilated under this divine weapon lightning tribulation. Spirit tempering? Unsheathing? Jiang Chen was puzzled. Spirit tempering is to use the power of the soul to temper it, so that it will have more spirituality. Your sky dragon sword already has a sword soul, so it doesn't need much spirit tempering. However, in order to improve it, I still have to do this. As for sharpening, it also needs the soul as a guide. Your sky dragon sword has not been sharpened yet. I can only help you this much now. I hope that this sky dragon sword will be able to bring you to the next level. Senior. Jiang Chen suddenly had a bad premonition. One side of the lotus pond, one side of the smoke, half a lifetime of misty rain, half a lifetime of fate. Myriad swords return to origin. Take pity on me. Destroy the heavens with my death chi. The craftsman god's incomparably domineering voice pierced through the heavens, completely enveloping the sky dragon sword. The craftsman god's figure also became fainter and fainter. At this moment, Jiang Chen finally understood that the craftsman god wanted to use his own soul as the price to sharpen his sky dragon sword. Spirit tempering. Senior, why do you have to do this? How do you expect me to stand between the heavens and earth? Jiang Chen said with a bitter smile. However, at this moment, the 9-layered lightning tribulation above the heavens had already begun to pour down. However, all of these were blocked by the craftsman god. Remember every word I said. That person is called Shangguan Hongyan. Do not provoke that guy before reaching the hierarch realm. The sky dragon sword has completed its spirit tempering and sharpening. It has already reached the peak of the primal origin treasure tool realm. This is the last divine tool that I can leave for you. Little fella, I have high hopes for you. If there comes a day when you cannot complete this mission, do not go against others head-on. Life is precious. Hatred is just a fleeting cloud. Now that it is about to disappear, I am free of Shangguan Hongyan. Hehe. I will never forget Senior's kindness. Honorable Master, please accept my defeat. Jiang Chen knelt down heavily. Not only did the craftsman god save his life, but he also taught him everything. I only have you as my successor in this life. There is also Shangguan Hongyan who is my sworn brother. I hope you can understand that living well is more important than hatred. The craftsman god's words were filled with kindness and kindness. I've long since grown tired of living here, being neither human nor ghost. Hehe. This myriad chi cauldron and the fire spirit are yours from now on. Do not fall into the hands of evil people. I believe that you can do it. I am satisfied with my life. After the craftsman god finished speaking, he turned into a ray of light and intertwined with the heavenly dragon sword's dragon soul. In the end, he entered the heavenly dragon sword. At that moment, the light dispersed. Beyond the 9 heavens, the lightning tribulation had already descended. The entire Mount Meru was also collapsing layer by layer. Jiang Chen's eyes were slightly cold as he remembered every single word of the craftsman god. Shangguan Hongyan, I will definitely make you pay with your blood. Jiang Chen extended his hand and the sky dragon sword appeared in his hand. His domineering aura was like a rainbow as he wanted to compete with the heavens. At this moment, a fiery red figure appeared on the myriad chi cauldron. She was dressed in red, slim and graceful. With the red robe on her body, she was as charming as a fairy and as cold as a mountain. The 3,000 flying waterfall hung down to her waist. Her cold eyes stared at Jiang Chen. Her eyes were filled with killing intent and coldness. It was as if she had a blood feud with Jiang Chen. The appearance of the red-clothed lady made Jiang Chen's body tremble. This lady was so familiar, yet strange at the same time. Her eyes were terrifying. Moreover, he could feel that this lady's strength was not something that he could fight against. Jiang Chen looked at the red-clothed lady in shock. Father died because of you. The lady's red lips opened slightly. Her voice was like a silver bell, but there was no trace of emotion. You are the fire spirit of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus? Jiang Chen's pupils shrunk. He was a little surprised. He did not expect the red spirit to be a lady. Her beauty was unparalleled. Compared to goddess Luo, she was even more captivating. However, her arrogance and coldness made it hard for Jiang Chen to accept it. But most importantly, she called the craftsman god father. "I really want to kill you," Red Lotus said in a deep voice as she stared straight at Jiang Chen. "But you did not make a move. This means that you understand that it's impossible to defeat Shangguan Hongyan by yourself. In the future, I will definitely kill him to avenge Master." Chapter 2173. By the way, there's one thing I don't understand. What's that bronze throne? Jiang Chen looked at Red Lotus. "It's something that you don't deserve to know," Red Lotus Lang said. "It's something that even I can't melt. You'll understand when your strength reaches a certain realm. I will seal myself in the myriad Qi cauldron. Unless you reach the hierarch realm, I will not appear. By then, I hope you'll keep your promise and kill that heaven-defying thief, Shangguan Hongyan, with me." After that, the fire spirit turned into a flame and went into the myriad Qi cauldron. At that moment, a scarlet flame red lotus mark appeared on the myriad Qi cauldron. I never expected the fire spirit to be a woman. Moreover, she can turn into a human form. Master said that I can use the karmic fire of the red lotus. Seems like I can only pray for myself. Jiang Chen touched his nose and said. The terrifying strength that Red Lotus displayed just now was unpredictable. However, she did not take action immediately, which meant that she could tell the good from the bad. Moreover, Red Lotus was right about one thing. The craftsman god did die because of him and disappeared from the world. It made him feel guilty. "Master, I will not let you down. Don't worry." Jiang Chen clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He hoped that one day, he could kill Shangguan Hongyan with his own hands and take revenge for the craftsman god. Jiang Chen didn't know that Mount Meru had completely collapsed at this moment. The 9 tribulation heavenly lightning had completely flattened the entire Mount Meru. Rocks were rolling down from the sky and the earth was cracking. 3 figures instantly flew out. They were Moling Dongchen, Goddess Luo, and Luo Wenhao. The 3 of them were covered in dust and their faces were extremely ugly. During this period of time, they were trapped in the divine treasury. Initially, they thought that it would be easy for them to return. However, they never expected that they would be trapped for dozens of days. If the 9 tribulation heavenly lightning did not destroy Mount Meru, it would not be easy for the 3 of them to get out of the maze. "It's the 9 tribulation heavenly lightning?" Xueqi, who looked at Mount Meru in shock and murmured, as expected of the number 1 god of craftsmanship in the world. A centipede dies but doesn't fall down. He can actually forge a primal origin treasure at this time. It's really terrifying. A solemn expression appeared on his face. The craftsman god, who is known to be invincible below the god-emperor realm, is indeed peerless in his generation. Xueqi, who admired the craftsman god from the bottom of his heart. Even if it were divine emperors, there was still a difference in strength between divine emperors. The craftsman god was the strongest divine emperor. His refining technique had shocked the world. Even divine emperors were willing to befriend him. But no matter how powerful he is, he has still turned into a pile of dirt in the end. Isn't he still neither human nor ghost? Ha ha ha, this time as long as I take down 200,000 human cultivators, I will be able to reincarnate and regain my godly position. If he could obtain a peerless divine artifact from the craftsman god and use it as his samsara's life treasure, it would be a wonderful thing for him. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. Likewise, I also need 200,000. Xueqi, who glanced at Ganyu Juimu and said, "Then let's see who can snatch more? I can't wait anymore." Ganyu Juimu shrugged his shoulders and said. He was like a sharp arrow, piercing through the sky. The whole Mount Meru was still in turmoil. The 9 tribulation heavenly lightning had struck down on the world. Tens of thousands of people were killed by the shock waves and lightning strikes. One could not even bear to look at it. Lowly humans, your doomsday is coming soon. Ganyu Juimu said faintly. 50,000 divine souls instantly rushed into the crowd. 200,000 to 300,000 ninth-grade immortal sovereigns were scared out of their wits. Whoosh! A yellow shadow jumped onto Goddess Luo's shoulder. It turned out to be a very cute pug with bright and beautiful fur. It squatted on her shoulder and licked her neck. Goddess Luo was shocked. She hugged the pug in her arms and even showed a doting look. What a cute puppy. The pug kept rubbing against Goddess Luo's chest. Even if she was an ice goddess, She couldn't help but be amused by the pug at this moment. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. After surviving a calamity, she finally escaped from the calamity. You're really a lucky dog. I wonder who brought you into the divine tomb? Goddess Luo murmured and patted the pug's head. The pug fell into Goddess Luo's arms and stared at Goddess Luo lecherously with its pair of small eyes. This is definitely a lecherous dog. Luo Wenhao's face turned gloomy. At this moment, he wished he could turn into a dog in Goddess Luo's arms. Even a dog could not be compared to this. This made Luo Wenhao's heart ache. Woof woof. Woof woof. The chubby yellow pug bit at Luo Wenhao twice, as if it was rebuking Luo Wenhao's slander. Why are you so calculative with a dog? Moling Dongchen looked at Luo Wenhao, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Even an idiot could see that he was deeply in love with Goddess Luo, but she might not bite him. Now that a dog had the upper hand, it made Luo Wenhao even more furious. This damn dog was still showing off its prowess in front of him. Since you don't have a master now, follow me from now on. Goddess Luo stroked the pug affectionately. The pug was in her arms, wagging its little tail and rubbing against her chest fiercely. Luo Wenhao was so angry that he wanted to skin this pug and eat its meat. This guy still had an intoxicated expression on his face. He was really a winner in his life. Compared to him, Luo Wenhao felt that he was living in a grievance. Look, that's a black mass. Is that the Divine Soul Army? Moling Dongchen's countenance changed and said in a deep voice. The three of them had just escaped from danger, but they had never expected that they would fall into a trap again. This Divine Soul Army was obviously in good order. An army of 100,000 divine souls was quite powerful. It was not a problem for them to fight against 5 ninth-grade immortal sovereigns. The 200,000 human cultivators were now in a passive situation. No one could stop them from killing and harvesting like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Are we going to take action? Luo Wenhao looked at Moling Dongchen. It's too cruel. I think if I run away now, I will be condemned for the rest of my life. Moling Dongchen obviously did not want to leave. All right, I'll follow you. Ha ha ha, let's see who can kill more divine souls. Although I'm not the savior of the world, I can't run away this time. Luo Wenhao laughed and said. Chapter 2174. At this moment, the entire Mount Meru had become a living hell. More than 300,000 human cultivators were forced into a dead end by the divine souls. In the blink of an eye, more than 40 to 50,000 human powerhouses had their lives harvested by these people. Life at this moment seemed insignificant and fragile. To everyone who entered the divine world, this was a test. Only less than 1 out of 10 could enter the divine world. Mount Meru has collapsed. It has been razed to the ground by the heavenly lightning. There are so many divine souls here. I'm afraid we're in danger. Emo Kahan said in a deep voice. His expression changed. They couldn't find Boss Jiang Chen. At this moment, they were in despair. Everyone said that Boss Jiang Chen might have fallen. If one person said it, they wouldn't believe it. If 2, 3 or 10 people said it, they still wouldn't believe it. But when tens of thousands of people said it, they had no choice but to believe it. We must leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, these divine souls will devour us. This group of terrifying fellows is too powerful. Ordinary 9th grade immortal sovereigns will be as easy as the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves in their hands. They won't even have the strength to fight back. Lu Dong's expression was solemn. If they didn't leave now, they might be annihilated. The current Mount Meru was in a mess. I'm not leaving. If you want to leave, then leave. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. I must see Master Jiang Chen's corpse. Otherwise, I will not leave. Jiang Xinxin said solemnly. At this moment, no one would have thought that she would be so determined. She firmly believed that Master Jiang Chen was still alive. Now, I'm afraid we can't leave even if we want to. There are so many divine souls here. I'm afraid everyone here can't leave. Yexing Yunwang said with a cold look on his face. Even he was a little moved at this moment. Then what are we waiting for? Fight. Ha! Even if we die, we'll drag a few of them down with us. Moreover, we might not lose. Amo Kahan laughed and said. He looked calm. At this moment, The most important and rare thing to do was to disregard life and death. Amo Kahan is right. Even if young Master Jiang Chen is no longer here, we can't disgrace him. The Sword God Alliance will not let a coward live. Kill him. Lu Dong took the lead and charged into the crowd, killing until the sky turned dark. Nearly 300,000 terrifying human cultivators rose up to fight back. Each of them knew that if they didn't fight desperately at this time, no one would survive. Because they had been bullied by these divine souls the moment they entered the tomb of the god of sin. Countless people and companions had died in the hands of these divine souls. They were the life-reaping hooks of human experts. Moling Dongchen and Luo Wenhao took the lead and swept everything in their way. Both of their strength had reached the late void god realm. Moling Dongchen was even stronger than them. His robe was as white as snow, and he was holding a feather fan. He was invincible. More than 10 divine souls were crushed by him in just a short moment. Luo Wenhao and Goddess Luo did not want to be outdone. With their cooperation, they were not any weaker than Moling Dongchen. Thousands of divine souls were completely destroyed by them and their souls were scattered into nothingness. Not bad. To think that there's such an expert here. He doesn't seem to be from this world. Gung Juimu smiled. He saw Moling Dongchen and immediately recognized that he was from the Mo family of the divine world. As a divine emperor expert, Gung Juimu was once a supreme expert in the divine world. However, he had fallen to such a state. He had to collect the essence, chi and spirit of millions of human experts in order to reincarnate and return to his position as a god. Young man, you're quite strong. Are you from the Mo family? Gung Juimu said with a smile. Who are you? I didn't expect you to know that I'm from the Mo family. Moling Dongchen said in a deep voice as he looked at Gongyang Juimu. Gongyang Juimu was able to know his strength and background just by looking at his skills. This man was very terrifying. He might be a super powerful expert when he was alive. Who am I? He. Who's your master? Gung Juimu said with a smile. Mo Feng. Mo Feng? This fellow actually became the Mo clan's clan head? Haha. Things remain the same, but people have changed. In the past, when I was still in the divine world, Mo Feng was just a junior in the Mo family. However, he was still considered as an outstanding young man. I've been to your Mo family once. However, we parted on bad terms. Gung Juimu shook his head and sighed. You are? Moling Dongchen's pupils shrunk. This guy seemed to be a peerless evil spirit from many years ago. Gung Juimu. Never heard of you. Moling Dongchen said faintly. Gung Juimu's face slightly stiffened and the corner of his mouth became colder. I didn't expect you to be such an arrogant guy. Then just die here. No matter what you came here for, the tomb of the god of sin is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Gung Juimu gritted his teeth and stared at Moling Dongchen. He wanted to see Moling Dongchen's shocked expression. He was also an overlord in the divine world. However, Moling Dongchen was not shocked at all. Instead, Moling Dongchen looked at him with disdain. Even if you're a peerless divine emperor when you were alive, you're just a divine soul now. I'm afraid it's not that easy to kill me. Moling Dongchen sneered. It seems like you're not worried about your current situation. All right, I'll let you know that the divine world and the divine tomb are two completely different places. You're here for the inheritance of the craftsman god. You're destined to die here. I think you've seen the mightiness of the craftsman god. So it's a worthy death. You're lucky to be able to escape from the underground divine treasure. It's a pity that you've met me. Gung Juimu held his long sword and pointed it at Moling Dongchen. His expression became colder and colder. The battle was about to start. All right. Let me see how powerful the peerless evil spirit from millions of years ago is. Moling Dongchen held his folding fan and did not retreat. Instead, he moved closer to Gung Juimu. Both of them were opposing each other. None of them took a step back. Terrifying thunderbolts flashed from Gung Juimu's long sword. This is my heavenly divine tool, Thunder Sword. Now, let me baptize you with thunderbolts. You'll pay for your arrogance. Gung Juimu seemed to have sentenced Moling Dongchen to death. Even so, it's already a broken heavenly divine tool. Just like your soul, no matter how glorious you were when you were alive, you're still a centipede. I'm going to kill you. Chapter 2175. Facing Moling Dongchen's mockery, Gongyang Juimu's face turned gloomy. How mighty was he in the past? Even the Mo family's patriarch would not dare to be arrogant in front of him. But now, he was just a remnant soul. Naturally, it was hard for him to improve his strength. This made Gongyang Juimu feel like a tiger being bullied by a dog. As for Gung Juimu, he had had enough of the feeling of being trapped in hell. He couldn't wait to get out and be reborn. Therefore, he had to kill more people and make more people bow down to him. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Moling Dongchen and Gongyang Juimu were like needles against each other. The smell of gunpowder was strong. Two figures instantly turned into two streams of light, piercing the sky and intertwining with each other. The streams of light rotated rapidly and their momentum was overbearing. The two of them kept colliding with each other. The terrifying power even made the surrounding people's faces turn pale as they were almost affected by the impact. Countless divine soul experts and 9th-grade immortal sovereigns had noticed this scene. The battle between Moling Dongchen and Gongyang Juimu had escalated to the highest stage. As soon as they took action, the area within 100 miles was filled with fire and thunder. It was terrifying. Moling Dongchen's feather fan and silk scarf were shooting out wind blades that were moving across the sky and earth. Gongyang Juimu slashed down with his sword. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The thunder sword was extremely terrifying. Even though it was not as powerful as before, it was still a heavenly divine tool. Moling Dongchen's strength was not ordinary. However, he seemed insignificant in front of Gongyang Juimu. Because Gongyang Juimu was close to becoming a true god. Most importantly, Gongyang Juimu's experience was incomparable to Moling Dongchen. Gongyang Juimu was a famous feudal lord in the past. Moling Dongchen knew how terrifying this guy was. So, he could only retreat while fighting. Otherwise, he would definitely lose if he fought with Gongyang Juimu till the end. From the looks of it, the two of you are also from the god world. Xueqi glanced at the two of them and said with a smile. At this moment, Luo Wenhao and Goddess Luo were surrounded by Xueqi and the others. The three of them were the strongest among them. As long as these three people from the divine world were dealt with, the group of 9th-grade immortal sovereigns and those self-proclaimed geniuses who had broken through to the void god realm would not be able to escape. So what? A mere ultimate god's soul wants to kill us? You really overestimate yourself. Luo Wenhao sneered. He knew that those fellows in the divine tomb were just pretending to be powerful. No matter how powerful they were in the past, they were just souls now. Even if they were at the hierarch realm, they might not be able to gain the upper hand against him. Luo Wenhao was also a young genius of the Luo god clan. You sure talk big. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? You actually dare to strut around here? Why don't you take a look at where you are? Xueqi smiled indifferently, as if he had already seen Luo Wenhao and Goddess Luo as turtles in a jar. I don't believe that you dare to attack the people of the Luo god clan. Luo Wenhao said proudly. As a member of the Luo god clan, he was born with a prideful bloodline. The Luo god clan was an ancient clan that stood above the divine beasts. They even had a god emperor expert. Even in the entire divine world, the Luo god clan was famous. You're from the Luo god clan? Xueqi squinted his eyes. If you're afraid, then get lost. Do you think that anyone can enter the divine tomb? If it wasn't for my clan's old ancestor who opened the passage for us to enter the divine tomb, this place would have been turned into a burial ground by you guys. A bunch of lowly divine souls. You're already dead. Do you still want to act like a tyrant here? Woof 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 woof. The little pug on Goddess Luo's shoulder barked twice, as if it was agreeing with Xueqi. Even a pug knows that you guys are not good people. Do you still want to fight with us? Good good good. Ha ha ha. You've really opened my eyes. God Luo God clan. You're actually from the Luo God clan. Xueqi laughed coldly. Goddess Luo's expression changed slightly. She seemed to have felt something. God Luo God clan? Ha ha ha. What a coincidence. Xueqi's brother, Xueqi Long, sneered. The 12 of them were filled with coldness. They looked at Goddess Luo and Luo Wenhao as if they wanted to eat them alive. Why? Are you afraid? Luo Wenhao said indifferently. If it's another ancient clan, perhaps we wouldn't dare to offend them. Because those old guys do have some tricks up their sleeves. They even managed to enter the divine tomb. You can only blame yourselves for being from the Luo God clan. Could it be that you're Xueqi? The 12 Zodiac Guardian God. Goddess Luo's expression changed drastically. At this moment, even Luo Wenhao felt a little shocked. Isn't it a little too late to know this now? You guys came to us on your own accord. The 12 of us did not look for you guys on our own accord. Ha! Shen Yulong glanced at Shen Yuhu, and then at each other. Both of them felt extremely indignant. If it was an ordinary hierarch expert, perhaps Goddess Luo and Luo Wenhao would not care. However, the other party was the 12 Zodiac Guardian God, and the Shenyu clan was also a famous clan in the divine world. Although the 12 brothers were only at the late hierarch realm, they managed to kill a mid-divine emperor expert when they joined forces. In the end, the God Luo clan's great expert took action and killed the 12 of them. However, because of this, the Shenyu clan was unable to recover and they hated the God Luo clan to the core. All of these were recorded in the ancient books of the God Luo clan. It could be considered as an earth-shattering event. These 12 people then appeared in Goddess Luo's mind. When these 12 hierarch experts joined forces, they were invincible. They were also powerful experts in the past. Now that they appeared in front of Goddess Luo and Luo Wenhao, how could they not be shocked? I'm afraid this is going to be a tough battle. If we really can't win, you leave first. Don't worry about me. Luo Wenhao was still a man and whispered to Goddess Luo who was beside him. If you want to leave, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Weren't you guys very arrogant just now? The 12 of us will start with the 2 of you. God Luo clan's people will be killed without mercy. Shen Yu, whose eyes suddenly narrowed as he roared. The 11 brothers behind him had all turned violent at this moment. The enmity between them and the Luo God clan was absolutely irreconcilable. Therefore, at this moment, the brothers of the Shenyu clan were even more eager to give it a try. The 12 Zodiac Guardian God of the past. Today's battle to the death. There's no way to avoid it. We can only fight. Chapter 2176. Alright, I'll fight till the end. Luo Wenhao took the lead, followed by Goddess Luo. Both of their strengths were not to be underestimated. The 12 Zodiac Guardian Gods might not be able to defeat them quickly. Luo Wenhao gave his all. He wanted to prove himself in this battle, especially not to let the woman he loved suffer any harm, even if she did not like him. Luo Wenhao pressed forward step by step, fighting against the 6 experts alone. Both of them were not hierarch experts after all. Their strength was at most around the late Void God realm. They might not be able to suppress Luo Wenhao completely. Shen Yuhu and Shen Yulong were the strongest. They took the lead and broke through the enemy's ranks. Luo Wenhao's strength had disappeared at this moment. He was forced into a difficult situation. On the other side, Goddess Luo was also showing signs of defeat. Her sleeves were long and sleeves were dancing, freezing 1,000 miles, dancing the universe, filling the air with mist. Each of her moves was natural. Even though she was in a disadvantageous position, she was still graceful, cold and charming, like a fairy from the 9 heavens, untainted by dust. Luo Wenhao was forced to the point where he had no strength to fight back. He was continuously injured, but there was nothing he could do. The 12 Zodiac Guardian Gods really lived up to their name. Luo Wenhao had already used all his trump cards, striking out terrifying seals one after another, but it was useless. Luo Hua Yi Ren, from the waterside. Goddess Luo's red lips opened slightly. Facing the encirclement of 6 people, even if she was very strong, she could not turn the situation around. Looking at the hundreds of thousands of 9th-grade immortal sovereigns, a quarter of them had already died, leaving less than 200,000 of them. In this divine tomb, life was like grass. No one would care if they died. They wouldn't even have a divine spark. Once they died, everything would be over. I'm not willing. I've cultivated for more than 37,000 years. I didn't expect to die in this godforsaken place without even seeing the gate of the divine world. I hate it. Some people's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They were unwilling to be crushed and killed by their divine souls. They didn't even have the chance to enter the God world. They didn't even know where the gate to the God world was. Fuck, a group of things that should have died long ago. Why am I trapped here? Bullshit tomb of the god of sin. I hate the unfairness of heaven. Is this the reincarnation of the way of heaven? Some people pointed at the sky and cursed, hating the heavens for being unfair and the impermanence of the heavenly doge. I don't want to die. Even if I die, I want to die a glorious death. What's the point of being killed by a soul in the tomb of the god of ghosts? Who can tell me? Even if I have to fight a god, I will die without regrets. Everyone's heart was filled with resentment and unwillingness. However, they couldn't change anything. There were still so many people dying miserably. Moreover, the number was still rising. To them, this was like a battle between cornered beasts. They could only fight to the death. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to escape. Many void god experts were crushed. The terror of a divine soul expert was far beyond what they could resist. Indeed, after cultivating for millions of years, they couldn't even see the gate to the god world. They were going to die in the hands of a group of divine souls. Who could forgive them? Resentment filled the entire Mount Meru. Wails of ghosts and howls of wolves lingered in the air. That scene was extremely tragic and unreasonable. Death and killing had completely become the main theme of the tomb of the god of sin. No one could stay out of it. At this moment, Moling Dongchen was beaten to the point that he had no strength to fight back. Although he was unforgiving with his words, there was still a gap between his strength and Moling Dongchen's. After being injured continuously, he was now like an arrow at the end of its flight. You're still too young. Get lost. Moling Dongchen was pushed back with a slash of his sword. Moling Dongchen spurted out a mouthful of blood. He looked quite embarrassed. Goddess Luo and Luo Wenhao didn't look good either. The strength of the 12 zodiac guardians was unquestionable. The position of a hierarch divine soul was unshakable. Luo Wenhao was forced to retreat step by step. He was forced to a dead end. Xuanyu who continued to attack heavily, sending Luo Wenhao flying away. Luo Wenhao crashed into an ancient tree and was completely broken. On the other hand, Goddess Luo was not in a good situation either. She was forced into a difficult situation by the 6 of them. Even though she was a goddess, she had become weaker. Her pretty face was covered with frost. No one could stay out of this battle. Otherwise they would be the first to be at the bottom. A little girl wants to compete with us? You're overestimating yourself. Ha! Shen Yulong stood up with great strength. Each of his attacks was fatal. Goddess Luo was overwhelmed. Woof woof. Woof woof. 2 dog barks were heard. Shen Yulong's shoulder was bitten by the pug. He was in so much pain that he grimaced in pain. It was a kind of pain that came from the depth of his soul. Moreover, he was bitten by a dog. It was too shameful. Stupid dog. Get lost. Xian Yulong struck his palm on the pug's body. The pug spun around and fell into Goddess Luo's arms. Little guy, thank you so much. Goddess Luo looked at the pug lovingly. Her eyes were filled with guilt because she no longer had the ability to protect it. What a strange pug. How could it block my attack and not die? Shen Yulong looked at the pug in Goddess Luo's arms. Look, look, look. The pug actually spoke human language. He stared at Shen Yulong fiercely and clenched his teeth. Goddess Luo was even more shocked. She did not expect this guy to be so magical. He looked so cute, but he was so violent. Moreover, he even cursed. Goddess Luo did not know whether to laugh or cry. It was the complete opposite of his cute and petite appearance. Damn it. You dare to scold me? So what? I'll bite you. Bite me if you're not happy. I can tell you're a coward. Che. The pug laid in Goddess Luo's arms and kept rubbing against her chest. He looked at Shen Yulong with disdain. At this moment, even Goddess Luo felt a little shy. She felt that this dog was a man and was rubbing against her chest. She felt really awkward. Come at me if you dare. Come at me. Let's see if Master Dog won't bite you to death. The moment the pug opened his mouth, he immediately turned into a naughty Master Dog. Even Goddess Luo was not used to it. Why don't you go down? Goddess Luo said softly. No, no, no. It's comfortable here. The pug said with a face of enjoyment. Perverted dog. Luo Wenhao clenched his teeth. However, he could not do anything. Damn it. Who are you calling a perverted dog? Have you ever seen my tall and mighty side? If the pug was not De Huang, who else could it be? Because no dog was more shameless than him. As if he felt the coldness in Goddess Luo's eyes, De Huang jumped down. The pug wagged its tail and circled around Goddess Luo. Goddess Luo, you're so beautiful. I like you. Ha! Chapter 2177. Goddess Luo's expression became serious, but she did not know whether to laugh or cry. She liked this pug very much, but she did not expect him to have such a human-like side. It was unbelievable. You damn dog, do you think we don't exist? Xueqi, who squinted his eyes and looked at De Huang dog. Lung Lung said, Motherfucker. Why are you rushing me? Are you rushing to reincarnate? De Huang said unhappily. In fact, these guys were really rushing to reincarnate. Only by reincarnating could they regain their position as gods. Otherwise, they would be stuck in endless darkness here. Master Dog will play with you guys today. Don't worry, I will protect you. Xiao Luo with me here, no one can bully you. De Huang said like an old man. Goddess Luo shuddered when she heard the word Xiao Luo. No one had ever called her that since she was young. This pug was cute and hateful at the same time. Especially when he was so small. Wasn't he seeking his own death by standing in front of her? It's really fresh these days. Even dogs are so domineering. They're starting to show off their prowess. It's just the right time for us to loosen up our muscles and bones today. Xueqi Long laughed. I have never eaten dog meat before, but this time I want to try it. Xueqi Go muttered. His eyes were cold. He did not plan to let De Huang go. Since you guys are so arrogant, come at me together. De Huang suddenly turned into a big yellow dog. At this moment, Goddess Luo looked at him silently. No one knew what she was thinking. I alone am enough to deal with you. Xueqi Go said faintly. You alone? Hee. De Huang smiled without saying a word. You're dead. Xueqi Go took a step forward. His aura was so powerful that ordinary middle void god experts would definitely be sent flying. Such aura was quite terrifying. De Huang did not say anything and rammed his head into Xueqi Go. The terrifying and barbaric collision turned Xueqi Go into a dead dog. He died from the collision. Silence. The whole place was dead silent. Facing a late void god Xueqi Go, De Huang just rammed his head to death? Turned into ashes. Xueqi, who didn't even have the chance to rescue him before he vanished into thin air. Ha ha ha. So weak. So weak. Big Huang laughed maniacally and wagged his big tail with a disdainful expression. This time, even Luo Wenhao, who was full of disdain towards Big Yellow, was shocked. A late void god divine soul expert was killed with a single strike. Isn't this too ridiculous? But Xueqi Go's soul had truly dissipated. This was an indisputable fact. Although Goddess Luo could see that Big Huang was a little mystical, Big Huang's means still shocked her. Such power was simply incomparably ferocious. There's something strange about this guy. Let's attack together and kill him first. Xueqi Hu said in a deep voice. The 10 brothers behind him also had a solemn expression. They didn't expect that this De Huang dog would actually kill their brothers with a single hit. This kind of power was simply terrifying. I didn't expect this dog to have such abilities. But in the end, it's just a dog, humph. Luo Wenhao felt a little awkward because De Huang was always in Goddess Luo's arms. How could he not be angry? This guy came out of nowhere and directly jumped into Goddess Luo's arms. Goddess Luo didn't seem to have any resistance. Are you trying to say that you're worse than a dog? Goddess Luo said indifferently. Luo Wenhao wanted to cry but had no tears. He couldn't even speak. This indeed made him a little speechless. Let's attack together. This Lord Dog can deal with you, also I can play with my little sister. De Huang chuckled. Goddess Luo's face turned red. How could she make life difficult for a dog? But when she thought of him rubbing against her arms just now, Goddess Luo felt a little complicated. Her tender and fair face showed an absent-minded look. Be careful, Goddess Luo said in a low voice. Goldie directly charged to the front and engaged in battle with Xueqi Hu and the other 10. The 11 of them were having a dogfight in Mount Meru. Xueqi Hu and Xueqi Long were the strongest among them. They took the lead and didn't plan to give De Huang any chance. They were determined to kill him. Not bad. Your strength is not bad. Have a taste of Lord Dog's brutal charge first. Hee. De Huang sneered and quickly rushed forward. He didn't panic even when he was surrounded by so many people. However, Xueqi Long and Xueqi Hu were already prepared. After all, they were once hierarch experts and had rich experience. De Huang couldn't be compared with them. The two of them knew that De Huang's toughest part was his head. At this moment, they did the opposite and attacked his butt. they would definitely get an unexpected result. Die, stupid dog. Shen Yu hit De Huang's head with his palm. De Huang roared and took a step back. Behind him, Shen Yulong and his 4 brothers also rushed forward and attacked the back of De Huang's body. Want to sneak attack me? Haha, no way. De Huang sneered. At this moment, De Huang used all his strength and his body shook. Puff, 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 3 consecutive farts resounded like thunder. Shen Yulong's expression changed instantly. 2 of his brothers were blown away by Big Huang's 3 farts. They were in a sorry state. Moreover, a stench rose up to the sky. Even Goddess Luo and Luo Wenhao, who were far away, could not help but feel nauseous. These 3 farts were really too smelly. Shit. It can't be? Why is it so stinky? I can't take it anymore. Blog. Luo Wenhao vomited. Goddess Luo covered her mouth and nose and frowned. However, she was laughing in her heart. This dog is too bad. Even the 2 of them were feeling so uncomfortable, let alone those guys who bore the brunt of it. They were probably starting to doubt their lives from the shock, weren't they? Motherfucker, how can there be such a stinky fart in this world? Xian Yulong was completely driven mad. This guy was too despicable. Second brother, your body is full of dog shit, Shen Yunyo said in a low voice. His face was pale. He covered his mouth and nose and quickly retreated. Even his strength was suppressed by this stinky fart. Shen Yulong looked down. It was true. His body, feet, and legs were all covered with dog shit. He was on the verge of going crazy. His anger soared to the sky. Damn dog, if I don't kill you, I'm not a human. One could imagine how furious Shen Yulong was. Even now, he didn't dare to breathe. Within a radius of 10 miles, the stench was overwhelming. This was Big Yellow's peerless fart, enough to strike fear into people's hearts. However, this was the first time they tried it. Ha ha ha, Master Dog's fart smells good, right? De Huang wagged his tail. His dog face was full of pride. Shen Yulong and the others rolled their eyes. Even Shen Yu, who quickly retreated away from De Huang. These 3 farts were unparalleled. No one dared to get close to them. If this dog is not killed, the heavens will not tolerate it. Shen Yulong's anger was undoubtedly the greatest because he was the first to bear the brunt of those 3 farts. He was a dignified hierarch expert when he was alive. Even if he had died thousands of years ago, his past glory was still inviolable to him. Now, he was like a tiger that fell to the plains. He was really bullied by a dog. This was intolerable. Chapter 2178. Shen Yulong's thunderous roar was deafening. The entire Mount Meru could hear his roar. The expression of the fart remained unchanged. He furrowed his brows. The stench was so strong that even he could smell it. The might of the stinky fart of that damn dog was not to be underestimated. It could even affect the mind of others. Come and kill this master dog. I'm waiting. I can't wait anymore. Ha! De Huang dog wagged his tail, showing off his prowess. Shen Yu, Shen Yulong and the others were enraged. Kill this dog. We must not let him leave this place alive. Shen Yulong rushed to the front. He hated De Huang to the core. A dog-killing battle had begun. De Huang dog's head was extremely hard. He kept ramming towards Shen Yu and the others. However, there were too many of them. Moreover, all of them had reached the late void god realm. The divine soul of a hierarch expert was not to be underestimated. Soul-crunching echo. De Huang roared. His voice could be heard from 100 li away. Shen Yu and the others were shocked. At this moment, other than Shen Yulong and Shen Yu, everyone else was injured by the soul-crunching echo. Especially the divine soul. Even Shen Yu and Shen Yulong could not help but retreat quickly. Their expressions slightly changed. What a cunning bastard. Where are you running to? Shen Yu chased after him. This time, De Huang had nowhere to run. He followed Shen Yu and his brothers and started a crazy dog-fighting battle. 2 fists could not fight against 4 hands. Although De Huang's strength had reached the middle void god realm, he could even fight against a late void god. However, he was not able to fight against so many people. As time passed, he was gradually suppressed by Shen Yu and Shen Yulong. Motherfucker. It hurts. Hit Master Dog's head if you have the guts.
Don't use these dirty tricks. Big Yellow was extremely dissatisfied and muttered. At this moment, he could only run away. Goddess Luo was shocked to see De Huang running away in panic. All of you scram! De Huang roared and charged forward, directly smashing into Shen Yulong. However, he was pushed back by Shen Yulong's attack. Damn it, it hurts! De Huang roared. The battle has just begun. Damned dog, today is your doom. Shen Yu, who also took advantage of the situation to greet him. Taking advantage of your weakness, he naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. De Huang howled as he was once again blasted flying by Shen Yu Hu, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The dog's head drooped, looking listless. Even its fur seemed to have turned gray. Die! Damned dog, I want to avenge my dead brothers. You can be the sacrifice. Shen Yu Hu and Shen Yulong charged forward at the same time, instantly increasing the pressure on De Huang. Not good. Goddess Luo rushed over at this moment and carried Big Yellow in her arms, dodging Shen Yu Hu's attack by a hair's breadth. However, she was still hit by Shen Yulong's palm. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Her pretty face was deathly pale. Jiang Chen, you bastard. If you were by my side, would Master Dog be bullied? I don't believe it. I don't believe that you will die here so easily. De Huang's roar was terrifying. It's useless even if you shout yourself hoarse. Today, no one can save you. Shen Yu Hu sneered. Goddess Luo carried De Huang, one person and one dog. At this moment, there was a hint of sadness in their eyes. You're not qualified to sacrifice my brothers. Today, all of you here must die. A cold yell echoed 500 kilometers away. Big Yellow was taken aback, and it shouted, Big Yellow, I'm going to kill you. Ha ha ha, Master Dog knew that you wouldn't die so easily. This voice? Could it be Jiang Chen? Luo Wenhao's body trembled, and his face was filled with joy. Could it be that Jiang Chen is still alive? That's impossible, right? He was devoured by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus, and that Long San couldn't find him even after searching the entire refining god palace. How could he escape from this calamity? It's him, it's him. Who else could it be other than him? Ha! De Huang laughed and said, We're saved, goddess. De Huang lied on Goddess Luo's body and said, You stinky dog, get off me. Goddess Luo curled her lips and said, her face was red. You know Jiang Chen? That's right, that's my best friend. Master Dog's human pet. Big Yellow barked and beamed with joy. Damn dog, who's your human pet? We haven't met for so long, and you're still so shameless. Jiang Chen scolded with a smile. At this moment, Jiang Chen stood proudly in the void, standing in front of De Huang. Cough cough. Goddess is here. Can you give me some face? Little Chenzi, haha. De Huang dog stood beside Goddess Luo, looking majestic. Even though he was injured, he still refused to be in a disadvantageous position. It's really you. I can't believe you're still alive. Goddess Luo and Luo Wenhao looked at Jiang Chen in shock. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune. Brother Jiang, how have you been? Luo Wenhao smiled indifferently. Yeah. Jiang Chen looked at De Huang dog. This guy is following behind Goddess Luo. Could it be that he has fallen for her? Why are you still standing there? Those people want to kill me and make dog meat for them. You must avenge me. De Huang showed an expression of a fox exploiting the tiger's might. However, Luo Wenhao and Goddess Luo were a little worried. Although Jiang Chen's strength was not ordinary, he was still a 9th-grade immortal sovereign. He had not broken through until now. So, it was still difficult for him to fight against these 12 zodiac guardians. At this moment, Moling Dongchen also noticed the appearance of Jiang Chen. He was also beaten back by Guangzhu Mu, and his condition was worrying. Brother Jiang Chen. Moling Dongchen retreated while fighting. He also came to this side. Now they were all spent. Only Jiang Chen was standing proudly in the sky. 9th-grade immortal sovereign. However, he was only a 9th-grade immortal sovereign. A 9th-grade immortal sovereign wants to stop us? Ha ha! What a fool's dream. It's just a matter of one more person dying or one less. Shen Yu Hu said disdainfully. Jiang Chen's appearance did not cause any ripples in his heart. You're being looked down upon, little Chunzi. TSK TSK TSK.
Master Dog is already a middle void god.
You're too weak.
De Huang Dog said mockingly. However, he believed that his brother would definitely be able to turn the situation around.
I am now.
But I might not be able to in a while, Jiang Chen said with a smile. If he wanted to break through, he would have done so already. However, he had been suppressing the majestic energy in his body, causing his dragon marks to erupt. Next time, his dragon marks would definitely grow like a blowout. He just wanted to lay a good foundation, so that his foundation would be more reliable than others. There were differences in strength among 9th-grade immortal sovereigns. It was even more so for void gods. Once Jiang Chen truly entered the void god realm, it would not be difficult for him to fight against these late void god divine souls.
Boasting shamelessly. You're really in cahoots. You're just like this De Huang Dog. You're also good at boasting. But in the end, you're still defeated by us. Hehe.
You're just overestimating yourself. Shen Yulong was full of disdain towards Jiang Chen, a 9th-grade immortal sovereign. Only De Huang Dog was full of confidence towards Jiang Chen. Can Jiang Chen really stop them? Goddess Luo looked at De Huang Dog beside her and said in a low voice. Others might not be able to, but he can definitely do it. Because his name is Jiang Chen. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.